Bye. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And
we need mats.
And we would like some mats and stuff. I know that you do have some of those. So
And then, listen, we need to look at the area, and it's like, is it going to be poolside, or is it going to be just in the backyard, or is it going to be inside? Like, what type of, do we know the...
Well, she does water ceremonies, too.
What's that?
Well, I mean, it's all about...
I do water ceremonies with the merch crick anytime I can.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Just the mic configuration. 1, 2, and 3 on, 4 off, 5 on, 6 off, 7, 8, and 9 on. Just to make sure that everybody, that's here has an open mic, and those that are not, obviously you don't have the mic open for somebody that's not sitting there, because it would give you a hollowed-like sound. Everybody getting their act. Everybody situated.
Are we going to have a test at the end of the show about what mics are on and what mics are off?
Could you read
Vegas Bubba Army, $50, cash up.
But Seth, you have to understand, when I'm getting ready to go on the air, I have to look at each pot and go on, off, on, off, on. So that takes a little bit of, most people just smash all their mics because, they have as many people on as they have microphones. Whereas I have, quite an array here. I have
a plethora.
Yeah. See, Dan's around a little bit hot. See, we've been on vacation a little bit. My levels are off a little bit. Seth, let's see where your levels are. Where I have you initially set.
Doesn't it have everybody's name under the mic?
Yes, it does.
Doesn't that make things a little easier for you?
But hold on, I want you to physically look at. No. Because see, not all mics, I can't run them all straight. So in order for everybody to have the same level of, like if I was to put you, let me see, my lowest pot is Diaco. So if I was to put you at Diaco's level, go ahead and talk.
Okay. Boy, I'm really down now, aren't I?
Yeah. But so so hold on. I have to know that I have to put you there, right? Say something.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I understand the level situation.
But I want you to physically look. So I have to mindfully set this up. Hold on. See, I have to mindfully set all that up.
Yeah.
So and these two are down, and then this one's a little bit there, and then that Lummy has to be a little bit higher, and the Diaco has to be a little bit lower. Then the next microphone's off. And then Rhett, he has a range as to where he could be. Hello, Rhett. Hello.
Good morning.
Looks I had him. Was he swallowing something? Sounded like Kermit the Frog there.
Hello.
Macho Man. Hello. I'm wiring stuff.
It takes him a minute.
I'm over here wiring. I'm in the middle of soldering right now. What do you want?
Yeah, what do you want?
Okay, perfect. See, levels perfect. Seth, levels.
What do you want?
Perfect. And then I even have an additional pot, and that is old girl. Good morning, Alexa. Why when I put her on stage, like Lummy, I'm really putting Alexa over. Like it's her time. It's her time. Like nothing would sound better than her having been there. But instead, she's not there. Alexa, wake up. Alexa, are you awake? Alexa, are you? Oh, she's on. She's on. I guess now. Good morning, Alexa. I guess that's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say her name first.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thanks.
Everybody's here.
Everybody is here after a very long, nice vacation. But man, not bitching about a lot of things that I did in Indiana. But man, I felt as if I worked harder on vacation than I did on vacation.
But you didn't wake up at 2:30 in the morning.
No, but listen. So I woke up on Thursday morning at 5. I woke up on Friday morning at 5, and then I woke up Saturday morning at like 8, and then because I had to be somewhere. No, I'm sorry. Saturday I went to Sumo's, and then Sunday morning I was able to sleep in for the first time on my vacation in Columbus because Larry had me going. Well, it was all everything I wanted to do. Like Larry didn't have me on a list, but I just had so many things to do when I was in Warsaw.
What was up with that pep talk you gave those kids at the jail?
That was kind of cool, actually.
Are they troubled youth? Because we did a caption contest on Instagram.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. We got a lot of good ones.
I actually, oddly enough, while I was on vacation, paid a little bit of attention to our ancillary world. And, oh, by the way, I'd like to thank Big Red. Big Red came in. Because he knows, he's got a key to the building. He knows the codes. He knows Big Red knows how to get any place and anywhere in this building because he takes care. He's the building super. He's the building's maintenance guy.
Michael Rucker, $50.
Even though he's got a full-blown multi-million-dollar survey business, Lummy, Big Red is such our guy that he, for pretty much free, takes care of all the things he does for us.
It's a lot.
I need to do something nice for him.
He's living the dream, Bubba. He's got $1 million business, a great family, and then he's able to come do everything you need for free because his business is doing so well.
Right. I mean, oh my God, I feel horrible. But I think I need to do something nice for Big Red, like maybe take him to dinner or something like that.
That'd be a great idea.
I need to do something like that to Big Red. Just nothing be like, usually Big Red does for me. Well, maybe I need to do something for him once.
Why don't you put him in the Hall of Fame?
Well, again? So he's
in there. He's already in?
Boy, you are a pimp if you get in the Hall of Fame 2 times.
Yeah.
Man, Walter Payton was so cool that, man, I know that he was inducted and whatever, but I think Walter Payton still holds up. Walter Payton this year for the Hall of Fame.
Give him like a full body bust, Bubba, or something. That'll really.
They should have the Hall of Fame be like, you can have either just your bust or if you're really, 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 really good, like the Walter Paytons and the Emmett Smiths and the Deion Sanders, generational good, then you get a full body, in action.
Oh, like a big Rocky statue.
Yeah.
There you go.
Otherwise, if you're just a regular dude, you'll
get your head.
Like Richard Dent or like Dan Hampton, two very good Chicago Bears, but not the greatest of all time. Just 2 solid defensive ends that had great stats, but I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So
like a big Andrew Chuck channel.
Like Brady would have a full body statue at Canton, but
Like Eli Manning would just get the bust.
Eli just gets the bust. Exactly. That would be so much, like you get in and then they're like, he's either just a bust dude or he's a full body dude. And maybe like his jacket, instead of being yellow, is like yellow with crushed diamonds. Like, like instead of being just a regular Hall of Fame yellow jacket, his is like a sequin,
Are you trying to make it like the Ted DiBiase $1 million jacket or something?
Yeah, well, I mean, his jacket's just a little bit different or shinier than the other jackets. You know what I'm saying?
A shinier jacket, okay.
He's a shiny. Oh my God, I didn't know that Brett Favre was a shiny jacket. I thought he was just a regular dull yellow jacket, but he's a shiny jacket.
Shiny jacket.
Yeah.
Big shot.
Yeah. So listen.
Can we 3D print a full size statue of him?
No, listen, I just have to do something nice for Big Red because he cleaned. Remember that area? You know that no man's land area, Lummy, from where I sit to where you guys are. Then there's that area in between that there has about 85,000 wires in there. And
yes,
where we dump the bodies.
It gets kind of dusty in there because I vacuum.
Did he get in there because Tuttle said it was dusty?
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yes, that's why.
Tuttle. Just over here looking at a little bit of the dust between the two, Bubba. Just want to let you know. Then I said, like, God, Jesus, Tuttle, won't you shut? Well, I just wanted you to know, just in case.
Well, he was putting it on Macho Man. Saying
yes, he was.
I imagine parts of his body are dusty.
I need to get a hold of Tuttle and tell him, listen, just like I had to put some rules on Brian. I might have to put some rules on Tuttle, saying, Tuttle, don't start with every employee. Like, can you not just like everybody? Or do you always got a rib for one of the dudes that's going to create, a ton? Listen, I think if it's usually funny, but let me get, he gets.
Well, do we like that? I mean, nobody really. I mean, everybody here respects what Macho does, so no one's ever going to even try to just, even take a friendly jab at him. But is it interesting
but Macho really, takes that stuff seriously.
I know.
And so I could see that would make him hate Tuttle for the rest of Tuttle's life.
That's a good storyline, though.
No, but it doesn't create a good work atmosphere, because deep down, Macho Man hates him, and I still continue to have him like on, every few Wednesdays or so that makes Macho Man feel uncomfortable and hate me.
But a scared Tuttle is a Tuttle that you could really take advantage of, Bubba. So if he fears Macho walking in here every time, then you could have your way with him.
Well, I'm just going to tell him no more Macho or any employee cuts. And if you do cut on them, and if they punch you, I can't stop it.
Can you imagine him just doing a one punch right square in the middle of the chest just to wake him up?
Yeah, just whatever. So Tuttle, it's great, but man, he always seems to get heat.
He'll call the police
with somebody.
He'd call the police?
No, I don't think Tuttle's the kind of guy. No.
Today?
I don't think Tuttle is the kind of guy.
He'd scream for the police, but I don't think he'd call them.
I think Tuttle would call for the police if it was a stranger that was accosting him.
Right.
But if it's friendly fire from
him being obnoxious.
Tuttle's smart enough to know that, hey, listen, I did get heat with this guy, and if he would smash me in the right in my sternum and crack my sternum. So every time I take a breath, I have to remember him and
for the next 3 months.
For the next 3 months, even as much as I'd want to get him off my mind, every breath reminds me of a cracked sternum, and I can think of this big, monkey-looking man that also looks like Macho Man Randy Savage that punched me right square in my sternum. And Dan, if a guy did get punched hard enough, or from a big enough dude that was strong enough, could you crack a guy's sternum?
Oh yeah,
you
probably crack the rib before you crack the sternum, but you could dislocate the ribs off the sternum too.
But isn't a broken rib like the worst thing? Like one of the worst things to have?
Yes, you can't really fix them. Usually you don't fix them unless there's 3 in a row that are broken.
Actually, I had breakfast at 8:00 with a good friend of mine, Lance Perry, and he graduated with me. He graduated with me and Larry in '84, and he made so much money in the orthopedic industry. In the orthopedic, he worked for Biomat DePuy.
Right.
Listen, Warsaw, Indiana is the orthopedic capital of the world. There's more
hardware.
Yeah, like Zimmer. Biomat, DePuy, just the orthopedic capital.
Why did it?
I don't have any idea how it started in Warsaw, Indiana. I guess back like in the 1900s, there was this guy named Mr. Zimmer who invented wood splints Seriously, like, and he lived in Warsaw, Indiana, and he developed like wood splints.
Really?
Yes.
So it's a historic reason.
Yes, and then he refined wooden splints into possible devices inside your body, that would, from plates to screws to all that kind of stuff, to hips to knees. They make all of that in Warsaw, Indiana, and Zimmer was the first, and then Biomat came, and another company named
May I correct you on your Warsaw information?
Yes.
Revra Dupay was the first in 1895 to make the wire mesh. Hired Justin Zimmer as a salesman, and Zimmer broke away.
All right, so hold on. Even make it more salacious, Dan. Mr. Zimmer, who ended up, Zimmer in Warsaw, Indiana is like the government, like everybody works for Zimmer.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Zimmer was a salesman, and he actually took the recipe away from the owner and made it his.
Yeah, it was Depew.
So they were there before Zimmer.
Oh, okay. So yeah, again, Depew and Zimmer at once worked together, but Mr. Zimmer told Mr. Depew back in the 1800s, I'm going to go do my own deal, and that's where they started, right?
Yeah, it's like Alfa Romeo and Ferrari. Because he used to work for Alfa Romeo, and he broke off and made it
then
better.
Another one was, a third company. I don't know where it appeared out of Biomat. It's BIOMET, I think, Biomet. It's a huge. And then Medtronics. I mean, they've
Is
all.
Synthes there too?
I'd probably.
Because they make all the screws now.
So, Lance Perry, my age, Dan, graduated from Purdue as an engineer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to go work for Biomat. No, I'm sorry, Depew. Whichever one Dane Miller owned. Dane Miller's now dead, but he went to go work for Dane Miller. I don't know if it's Biomat or Depew. I think it might have been Depew. And so right out of college, Dan, he goes and starts working for one of the big, orthopedic companies in Warsaw. And goes on and fast tracks because he's so brilliant. And, so I don't know if he's an engineer, he's probably helping designing, like hips and
developing new ones.
Right,
yeah.
right. So anyway, he makes so much money because Biomat and Zimmer merged. And he had like some huge golden parachute kind of deal. Like Dan, for, I don't know, 20 or so years, he was making like $1 million a year living in Warsaw, Indiana.
Wow.
I mean, like $1 million a year.
That's great.
And then he had, like, when they merged, he had a buyout of like $8 or $9 million, like an 8 or 9. So he doesn't work. He has no job. He just Dan. He's actually adopted 5 kids from China.
Really?
Yes.
Get them to work.
The Chinese, him and his wife fly over to the orphanage. He says it's literally like it's almost a department store full of Chinese girls. Back when he did it in the early 2000s, that's when he went and got his 5 kids. But Dan, it's like literally you would walk into like a Target, and it would be a whole big factory. And as the girls got older, if they got to be 14 and never adopted out or orphaned out from somebody,
they put him to sleep.
No, they didn't put him to sleep. they didn't put him to
China.
They made him.
This dog doesn't get adopted. I mean, what's happened to your dog?
No, but listen, when they're 14, if they're like when they turn 14 or 15, if they've not been adopted out, then they make them, then they roll them into working at the, and this is China. This isn't, the USA. When you get done working at the orphanage, you can just go, and start your life somewhere. No, this is China. So they tell you where you work. So when you time out, Dan, at the orphanage at 14, they then make you that you have to work at the orphanage to help raise these hundreds and hundreds of kids.
Are they mostly women? Because you keep saying the girls. Like, do the Chinese families like get rid of the girls because they're not as valuable to them?
So listen, up until like fairly recently, like maybe the 90s or 2000s, prior to that, in China, you can Google it, they would kill the girls.
Well, if they were down to like one kid or something like that, right?
They would. Well, first of all, the Chinese government put it like you can only have one kid, and if it's a girl, you send it to the orphanage, and if it's a boy, then you're done. You can't have any more kids. But if it's a girl, then you can give it to the orphanage, and you can try again, and you can try for a boy. And I don't know that if you keep, pooping out girls, if they don't just, shut you right on down. If statistically, 50% of the time you're going to have a boy, right? So if you have a girl, statistically, Dan, one would think that maybe you'll have a boy. So these orphanage, when the girl has the baby and it's a girl, they just send it down to the orphanage. I don't think that's modern day. Like, I don't know that it happens in today's world. But when Lance Perry and his wife were in the adopting Chinese baby business back in the 90s or late 90s, early 2000s, it was like that. It was,
Well, that made it a big problem for China because they have this, generation of young men that don't have women to marry and breed with.
I know. Think about this, man. I mean, think about if there was no women because
like University of Florida at night.
Hold on. The University of Florida at night. Why don't you go ahead and explain that fleeting reference, please?
Okay, so when
it sounds like it might come from experience.
It is.
Okay.
So when I was in University of Florida for medical school, like in the late '80s and early '90s, and my brothers were at Florida State. Florida State was notorious for having more girls than guys, and Florida had more guys than girls. And if you would go out on a Friday night or a Saturday night, you would see tons of guys and a few girls out. And the girls would get all the attention. At Florida State, in contrast, you would go to a party and you would see groups of 3 and 4 hot girls talking to each other with no dudes around.
Man, I couldn't get into Florida State fast enough.
I would go up there every other weekend. I mean, it was so much better. Much better.
But didn't that also get a little heat with your brothers? Because let's be intellectually honest here, okay? I don't want you to get mad at me. And I don't know if I should be saying this or not, but Jay and Steve were up there at FSU, and they had a really badass house right by the stadium, and they had the it factor. All the bitches were going crazy.
They're in a good fraternity.
Hold on, until their brother would come to town, and it would pick their party like they'd instantaneously have half of much action, and a lot of times they struck out while you had the hottest bitch at the entire party because you rolled up in your black Porsche as medical school from Gainesville, literally only just 2 or 3 years older than these girls. And you're already in med school, pulling up in your black Porsche.
Yeah, it was unfair.
Rumor had that there was a little Diaco heat back in the day when you would roll into town and steal all the bitches.
Yeah, and then Monday Jay would have to deal with it, or Steven.
because those girls would come back and be like, where's your brother? Oh, we forgot to tell you, he doesn't live here full time. He's out of here. He only comes in on weekends, blasts bitches, and then leaves. So I'm sorry you don't feel so special.
Yeah, the other problem was, guys would sometimes break up with their girlfriend, and don't do that on a Thursday night. Not if Dan's coming to town.
So hold on. The bottom line is
great way to get back into boyfriend.
You'd get some of these freshly breaked up girls.
Yeah.
And so Monday, when the guy tried to get back with them because it was just a little weekend spat, they'd already been D-downed by the Gainesville killer.
Yeah, they'd been D-danned.
they were been D-danned. So anyway, I going back to my breakfast with Lance Perry on Saturday at 8:00. Talking to Lance, he played football with Larry and I, just catching up. With a former schoolmate, learning Dan. So Larry's the one that got me all clued up on what Lance had made, and Lance wouldn't talk about any of that. Like, he wasn't saying, well, I'll tell you right now, I was making $1 million a year for however many years, and I got a gold when Biomat and Zimmer merged. I got an $8 million buyout, so I just sit here and chill out and ride my bike and exercise. Danny's like,
awesome.
He's an unbelievable shape. He's the same age as me and Larry. He's like he looks like a triathlon because all he does is work out all day. And now all of his kids are old enough. I think they've gone there. I think half of them are at Purdue and half of them are at IU. And so we were talking about his brother. His brother Scott was in this bicycle race at the Indy, and we were talking about broken ribs earlier. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, hey, my brother Scott was in this bicycle race in Indianapolis at the Speedway. I guess they have
like a criterium at the racetrack.
I think
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think they race on the track on bicycles, which
they do like 10 laps or 20 laps.
Yeah, something like
cool.
that. Like maybe 5 laps or 10 laps.
It's about 2.5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's 2.5 miles.
Probably
so
10.
what would 10 laps be?
25.
All right, so
that's about a good bike race,
right? 10 lapper, buddy. Woo! And so his brother was in this big prestigious race, this bike race in Indianapolis, And right at the start-finish line, I guess they were joshing around, really trying to make it to the start-finish line. I don't know what place he was in. He's probably mid-pack or something like that. I don't know. His name's Scott. He's a really good dude. There was a big pileup, Dan, at the start-finish line, and Scott was part of the pileup, and Lance was getting a text when we were having breakfast that he had ribs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 broken.
Oh, that requires surgery sometimes.
He was going, yeah. And
Do you know why?
And they had a chest. He had a chest tube.
Yep.
And but he had 5 broken ribs.
Called a flail chest. And the problem is, if you break 3 ribs in a row,
oh my God,
you can't breathe. No, you can't move air, and so you can die. It's called a flail chest. So you can't expand your chest. Like if you break 1 rib, it hurts to breathe, but you can still function. But if you break 3 or 4 in a row, they have to do surgery because you can't expand your chest and take air in. So it's life threatening.
I was like, so Lance was giving us updates.
That must have hurt so bad.
I was like, oh my God! I've been told like if you just break 1 rib, like it's like the most tender. Worst thing, one of the worst things ever, just because you have to breathe every breath.
Hurts.
Every breath you take, I feel like the police.
Every move you make.
I'll be watching
You're gonna be
you.
wincing.
I'll be watching you.
Yeah, I'll be wincing.
Breaking 5 ribs. He probably went in for surgery and was. Ugh. So how'd your vacation go, Seth?
Yeah.
I heard a little bit.
You heard a little bit of how my vacation went?
Well, I listened to your you and Babyface's podcast.
Oh, man. You must have been bored.
Well,
in between all those meals with your Indiana buddies, you must have had some downtime.
Well, I did have,
Drive from Kokomo to Warsaw to Indianapolis.
No, I went Indianapolis to Warsaw to Columbus to Indianapolis. So I canvassed the state, if you will.
Yes.
Seeing my good friends.
And you drove up?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't know. I didn't drive up.
Well, I don't know.
Not much of a
you rented a car?
Hell no.
Okay.
Dan, from Tampa, Florida to Warsaw is 17 hours.
It's that far.
Yeah. Hell no. I've made that drive before.
But like moving, something like that.
And then one time we were racing and we had to do it. And I've driven it. I've probably driven it 4 or 5 times since I've lived down here. But it sucks. You got to fly right into Indy, and then Southwest. I actually had some pretty good. I had some pretty good service with Southwest. Neither plane, both back. I only go on nonstop. I refuse to do layovers. I just will not. I will not do them. I'm sorry. Call me a prima donna.
Layovers suck.
Listen, I'll spend that extra whatever. I don't know, $80-$90 each way, whatever, because they kind of ding you on me. It'll be the $99 ticket, but you got to stop in Cleveland, or it'll be a $205 ticket and you have a nonstop. I'm just gonna splurge for that extra money and do that nonstop. I can't take layovers.
Yeah, no layovers.
Because anytime you lay over, man, you're instantaneously just asking for a delay. Because if your plane gets in 10 minutes late, and they're right on time, and you have to go, I don't know how many blocks over.
Running.
To the next, I can't do that.
You have 5 minutes to get over, and they don't give a damn.
No, they don't care. And they shut the door as fast as they can, because you understand, the pilots and the flight attendants do not get paid until the door actually shuts. So all that welcoming and the pilots in there doing all the check down, they're probably about an hour of downtime before they actually, there's probably an hour before they, between loading and getting everybody situated, and then the gangway going away, and then them locking the door. Their time doesn't start till they lock the door. So they try to get the door they try to shut it right on time. Because, those little scragglers that come running down the jetway, because they've been running 7 blocks away to get there.
And sometimes they'll hold a gate open for a specific connecting flight.
They will, and that makes the captains and the flight attendants mad as hell.
I'm sure.
If they have to hold. Yeah, I think sometimes the actual airlines, listen, we had 14 or 15 people that were doing the transfer on this one late plane. We're going to hold the other one over. That makes the pilots mad as hell. So I had really good service, and I downloaded the Blizzard. and listen to the blizzard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like you want to say something about it.
I learned a lot.
About what?
About you guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You guys really lay it all out there on the blizzard.
I don't even remember what we talked about.
We
just met here. We just met here because before we went to the card show at the Holiday Inn Friday night.
You guys identified as Sigmas. You and him have been able to figure out that you guys are Sigmas.
Yeah, he said we were Sigmas and not Betas.
You feel as if it's society might judge you on the fact that you feel that Sammy has her First Amendment right to say the N-word. And that Sammy, while playing Mario Kart, will just scream out the F word, and you and Phoebe find it funny.
Yes, but I don't. There's no. We haven't taught her the N word at all. You
feel as if you wish you could.
No. I told her mistakenly one day that there was a bad word that begins with N, and now she keeps asking me what the N word is.
Right. So, you touched that topic.
Unfortunately,
so
I said too much.
I'm proving to you that I actually paid attention. to your
I know. I'm wondering what. I'm wondering what kind of destitute situation you were in that you listened to the podcast.
I found out that you're trying to kind of de-lightening your wardrobe.
Really? You're over the lighting now?
Listen now, hold on,
man.
bitch.
Who's going to fire you and you're going to love him still? You got to be a real bitch.
Yeah, for real. You can bet that, Manson probably isn't wearing Bubba Army shirts.
Right.
Anna and Blitz aren't going for their Saturday walk with their matching Bubba Armies. Just telling you that. I learned that you are really not good at haggling, which I was actually screaming to the podcast saying, liar. That guy that's all that guy does is haggle with me. Talked about how you feel as if you can haggle with the card dealers.
I can haggle with card dealers.
But you just haven't really been a good haggler. You feel that you've left some money on the table. Like a couple times, I think you actually, your example was, you could ask your program director for like a 5 or a 10 spot extra, and you didn't really consider that haggling. But you're not a very good haggler.
No, I'm not.
I'm self-proclaimed not good at haggler.
I'm not good at all, no. But I've started to be good. I've started to become good with the card guy, so maybe it'll transfer over into my real life, not my fantasy world that I live in.
Right.
But thanks for checking it out, man. We got some good feedback on it.
2 questions.
Hold on. I got more. I got more.
Oh goodness.
Brian, for some reason, just can't get enough of toddler fights. He watches toddler fights
because he feels like he'd be competitive in them
on YouTube. He feels that he's not a very cool person.
Yes.
And
he doesn't want to be cool.
Right. And he feels as if Kamala, both of you feel, and I got to tell you, hold on, this is not a topic that I'm bringing up as a subject. This is what Seth said on his podcast, and I'm very much co-signing with him. He was like, as much as the DNC that he's watched, and then they got in this whole big bush, Beyonce should have been there, and there was all this and blah blah blah. But
they lied, Bubba.
the one thing that Brian and Seth, said was that as you watch the DMC, you feel as if Kamala just kind of word salads you. Like she doesn't really have a definitive slant on. She just kind of word salads you. Just kind of flim flams you on what her real hard, what her real hard policy is. She just kind of always beats her. Did I tell you about my mom and how she raised me when it's like to never give up?
Yeah, that was that's what her speech was pretty much about, how her mom raised her.
Right.
I get was her mom instilled a lot of the things that she believes today, but I thought it was a lot of filibustering.
I'm gonna get into that a little bit, but you guys did talk about it a little bit. You realize that the Dixie Chicks are now the Chicks.
Yes, yeah.
Your wife had to correct you on that. You think that that influencers at the DNC are stupid.
Yes.
That people hiring these influencers to try to promote their party or their candidate's kind of stupid.
Agree, yes.
That
I agree with myself.
Friday, you did get a little action when the kid went to school. You and Phoebes did make sweet love, and you felt as if maybe both of you guys contemplated when you have sex with your wives as to whether they're really there or not. Both of you kind of contemplated that.
What do you mean by there? Like in mind?
Are into it?
Like if they're just doing their wifely duties, or if they actually are enjoying it.
Yes.
And we know that they're just like they're doing what they have to do. And so Brian and I talked about it, that it kind of like kills it when they can't keep up the acting facade.
Mm-hmm. And both of you guys agreed, you know, like, yeah, you know, we know that both of our wives are probably thinking, let's wrap it up. And I'm, oh, God, I wish you'd just get off of me. And then you guys got a big tooth fairy caper going on.
Man, look at this.
Arguing between $5 and $25. And I was thinking, man, Dan, I wonder what Dan's kids get for tooth fairy gimmicks. Like, Dan, you know, now I know both of your kids are beyond the tooth fairy, but Seth and Brian's daughters are still in that tooth fairy phase.
Yeah, I give out 5. Brian gives out 20.
Yeah, Dan, when you were in the tooth fairy business, you know, what were you? What were the kids getting?
5, 10s, and 20s. It depends. Depends on the tooth, how old they were. You know, the latter tooths, a couple molars at the end, they were getting 20s. They would start off with 1s and 5s.
You really can only do that until a certain age. Then it becomes stupid.
Yeah, when they wisdom teeth, they get car keys.
When they start getting, that is, man, you are a rich son of a bitch. That when you're getting on your latter part of when you're starting to get your back molars falling out, that you're getting car keys. Instead of 10s, right? Because you're that old.
Yeah.
You ever seen, like, when the kids, they get at that awkward stage where no matter how good a teeth you're going to have, your 2 front ones always come in a little wonky. You ever notice that?
Yeah, it happened to Danny.
Yeah, like they always come in, your front couples always come in. And I don't think.
Like weeds, you know? I mean, they're big, they don't fit.
And then they just start kind of like platonics in an earthquake, just kind of start slowly moving as you develop around you and start building teeth around the big pearly doors. Those first 2 big white ones that come out make you look. Every kid has a Bugs Bunny phase.
At some point, yes.
Every kid has a Bugs Bunny phase. Regardless of how beautiful you go on to be as a man or a woman, every kid has that Bugs Bunny phase. And it's hilarious. So Dan, at what age does the tooth fairy stop? Is it like 10?
Yeah, somewhere around 10 to 12.
Yeah,
they also
no, not 12. By 12, I mean they got their own iPhones. I mean, you gotta certainly cut it off. Like, I gotta say,
10, 11. I mean, I remember sneaking some money under Danny's pillow about a year ago, and he's almost 13.
Well, I mean, Dan, he's got people are gonna start making fun of him at school. You still believe in the tooth fairy, Danny?
Well, if he's like getting $100 for it or whatever.
He's got more cash than I have right now. So
no one said he believed, but how are you going to not take money that's on your pillow?
Exactly.
I mean, Seth said he'd still believe at 50 if the man he got $5.
I believe in Santa Claus sells 20.
Seth be knocking teeth out.
Damn right.
If at 45, knocking teeth out if you knew there was a $100 bill the next morning, right?
Of course.
So anyway, Big Red, thank you. So anyway, Seth, that should show you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Why is it called the Blizzard?
Because they're both snowflakes. So instead of just being a snowflake, which is like just a dainty little thing, a blizzard's like just coming right at you.
Right, a stinging snowflake.
No, a whole like an avalanche of snowflake would be a blizzard.
I gotcha.
So,
and what's Sigma mean?
Sigma means I've been told by Brian that it's kind of the it's not alpha, but
you don't care what anybody thinks about you.
But and it's not beta. It's in between, and it's called Sigma, and it's where like you don't really care about what people think about you. Like you're not so hung up on that. Like you just kind of do your own thing. Not necessarily boss hogging, yelling, screaming, but you're kind of a silent man's man, if you will. Did I interpret that correctly on the Sigma deal, Seth?
I think so. It was new. It was new to me when Brian explained it, but
will you identify as such now? I mean, are you gonna like, if we'd ever get into discussion, would you say I'm a Sigma?
I don't know if I would say it loud and proud. I think I need to sit with it a little while longer. Maybe.
Let me. What do you think you are?
It depends on the person.
Right.
I mean,
I'd say you kind of might be an alpha in life, but maybe a beta for me and your wife.
Yes.
So would that be like I don't know.
This says Sigma is a slang for someone who's cool, but who plays by their own rules.
Of course, Brian would denote him as...
They're rebellious and independent, but also popular and successful.
Well, hold on. I mean, if we're going to be honest, that is Seth and Brian. It really is.
Thank you.
Can you read it again? I mean,
Someone
as much as we want to talk crap about the other guy and what you think about Brian or Seth's skill set, I'm just telling you, as being in radio for 40 years, they both are good radio guys. They are. Whether a lot of times I'm the brunt of their joke, but their timing and their funniness is very much evident. So what are they now?
It's someone who's cool, but who plays by their own rules. They're rebellious and independent, but also popular and successful, and desirable men who ignore social standards.
Well, I don't know if I necessarily all that last part of that. Yeah. I mean, that was a little. I don't even know if I can understand what was the last part of that.
Desirable men who ignore social standards.
I don't necessarily know what that means.
That means a guy that's special, but in his own little way.
Yeah, that's Seth and Brian. I mean, it is. Dan, you're obviously alpha.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what Mach and Rhett would identify as. I'm alpha.
What's the official definition for alpha?
Alpha's like.
Do we have like a literal definition?
Like in charge, loud, somewhat narcissistic. Just.
It says dominant person, hyper masculine men.
Yeah, hold on here.
Socially aggressive.
Yes, Dan. Again, that's us. I mean, truly.
I'm very socially aggressive.
Truly, it describes you and I. I think you're more alpha than me.
No.
I mean,
the term can also be associated with the assertive, successful, and sexually dominant man.
There we go. Again, right? We're alphas.
Now, what's a beta officially? Like the official definition of a beta?
Because we know Seth's locked in on a sigma. I'm locked in. Me and Dan are locked in on alphas. We don't know about behind the glass. If they'd like to tell us what they think they are, we can certainly look it up as we are. We have one more term, Lummy, to look up, right?
Beta is a weak and passive man. That's all it gives.
Weak and passive.
Yeah, from the same one. It's just weak and passive.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we don't have any of those. We have at least a sigma. I mean, we have sigmas and alphas in here.
There you go.
Well, Lummy, you're a beta. Well,
I'm a beta to you, my wife.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, you have a little bit of beta in you, but
course.
It's not bad. I mean, and really, if anybody else would cause you problems about it, that one you could turn it into an alpha and smash them.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Who decides?
You got the size of an alpha, but you're wired like a beta.
That's right. I'm a down low beta.
You're a down low beta?
Yep.
What are you going to say, Seth?
Who decides who's an alpha and who's a beta? Do you decide it yourself as a person, or do you just wait for like your friends to come along and tell you what you are?
I think society and yourself. I think with yourself having the most input, because society could be saying you're one thing and you're like I don't want to be I don't want to be a beta.
Aren't the ones that are screaming alpha normally the biggest pussies?
That actually.
Probably.
It says
maybe.
It says beta also consider themselves alpha males to belittle or criticize men that consider themselves alpha males.
What? No. What? Okay, hold on.
I got.
I'm going. Yeah, please just let me break it down, and then make sure you stop where there's commas and everything. Don't
say all the words.
Don't do any run-on sentences.
Well,
here,
there wasn't any commas in it.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
The term is often
hold on.
used.
What now?
The term is often used.
Which term?
Beta.
Beta is often used
by those who consider themselves alpha males to belittle or criticize other alpha men who do not conform the traditional stereotypes.
So they're saying if an alpha man
runs into a sigma,
runs into another alpha, then he might call that guy a beta because he can be the only alpha present.
Yes.
So I think that's what it's saying, Dan.
Yes,
if you and I were to, be strangers and like maybe vying for the same property or just whatever, I mean, we're just interacting, or maybe we're doing business together, that one of us is going to identify the other one as a beta just to reiterate our alphaness. But that's really showing how narcissistic you really are.
So that means like that sort of like locks me in as an alpha when I call Brian a beta.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well, I mean, no,
right?
No, it actually is. It's actually being. It's having. You're being beta-like.
Correct. Yes.
Well, wait. When an alpha calls a beta, he's being a beta.
Well, no. When an alpha calls an alpha a beta, he's being kind of a beta.
That is correct. Yes.
Really?
Dan. So Man, can we go on record by saying I actually had to walk Dan through something a little bit
There you
hard?
go. We'll march down.
My God. Very rarely am I correcting Dan on like an equation.
Read that
like,
sentence again, because I'm not sure you guys are interpreting it correctly.
Okay.
I'm going. Yeah, Bubba's got it right.
I mean, hold on.
Of course, 'cause
Dan
you're
just
beta.
said you betas can't read.
Dan's saying Bubba's an alpha, but he's wrong, and it makes him a beta, but he just won't admit it, so that makes him a beta.
This is actually the definition. You two alphas arguing about being right.
All right, here we go.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I just found out we had Friday off. Ha Probably do another podcast with a baby face.
Yeah, the blizzard. Say it. You're gonna
Blizzard.
say it. Blizzard.
People love it. What up, Taker? What up, Longer?
Big Buck. Danny C. Grizz Uber.
I've really been thinking about Ben Affleck and J Lo a lot recently.
Which one gets you hotter?
Matt Damon and Ben Affleck together.
That's what gets you the hottest.
Yeah. I just don't know how the fuck you get married a second time, get divorced.
And she's hot as fuck.
Yeah.
She must be a real. I mean, think about how many men have how many divorces she's had. We need to talk about that Mariah Carey. Man, this bitch must be impossible, because.
Well, somebody said that she has something from her childhood that she's never going to be able to fulfill, and then somebody said that Ben Affleck has a darkness that is never going to get cured. So it looks like they both have issues. What up, Alan Bowling? What up, Big Greg?
Hey, what are you referring to?
Thank you, Warren.
Thank you.
You mad at me forever?
No, sir.
What up, LM? Grouper Lips? Bubba's my god.
Danny G, Big Longer, Organic G, Big Bug, Trevor Leahy.
Jay Myers, 12044, 73 months.
What up, Danny?
Ringo Valentine,
Pigmentation's
74
tomorrow,
months.
So Cooper Lips.
Cousin Bob, Top and Go Steve.
I think. Yeah.
I'm Pro Human, so
Jay Bolt, 2004, 73 months.
Highway 73.
Big buck.
What up, Danny?
What's up?
Thank you, Pedro. 100% no doubt completely fucked.
What?
Operation Pigmentation Live, it fucked.
It sucked?
It fucked. It's good. It's fucked. It's fucked.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I like your name.
Lemmy, will you Google Mariah Carey?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
I mean, it was J-Lo,
Okay.
not Mariah Carey. I'm going to talk about her here momentarily. I got some business to handle, and that is the Bubba 199 that was scheduled for September 6th is going to be now moved to the 13th, Lummy.
Yes,
So for
sir.
all the Bubba 199 people, and Lummy, we're going to this for the last one of the year. I don't know if it might be the last one of the year, but for the last one that can qualify you for your 2,400 on the Barb deal. I mean, this is like a lot of usually a lot of the
when we
big
get 'em all in.
spender. Yeah, Bubba 199s where these people like to flex. It's going to be the 13th of September, a Friday, and we're going to throw it back, Lummy, where I do the music. Like it's just going to be like Indiana White Triz, like the stuff I would listen to.
Oh yeah, of course.
The AC/DCs, into my girlfriend, the bad girlfriend. She's a chick magnet.
Oh, Buck Cherry.
Yeah, Buck Cherry, bad girlfriend. Into like that. That's the Bubba list.
Yeah, the good list.
Originally why we called it Bubba 199 is I just play music that's my favorite. I could care less what you want.
That's right.
So it's my stuff. That's been moved to the 13th, giving people an extra week to get their stuff in.
What's the reason of the pushback? Just to give everybody an extra week, or because the Packers play the Eagles that night?
Yeah. Maybe the second one. I mean, if I was just to go ahead and be straight up, if I'm just going to be straight up with people so that people can hate me, because, it's kind of my show. I should be able to move it however I want it, regardless of what the excuse is.
Well, it's a monumental game, Bub. I mean, a Friday night, opening weekend in Brazil.
If you were the boss, Seth, and that was the Bears, and you had an option to move something that didn't really matter, but was a very movable thing.
I would stay home and I would say, still send me money, as if I was doing a 199.
Well, we're at least just gonna be not on, okay?
Right.
So yeah, we're just changing dates. Dan, you gave me a card earlier this morning.
Yes.
And can you explain what I'm getting here? A little bit. Wow.
Well,
Wow.
when I
Are you sure? Are you sure about this?
Yes.
Am I supposed to get this?
Yes, you are. It has
This
your
is
name on it.
I know it's pretty.
Something in there?
Yeah, there's definitely something there.
Yeah, there's. I mean,
So as a listener, when we talked about I needed two people to do my hair training on.
yeah. By the way, Dan's in the hair restoration business now, and this machine is like a good friend of me and Dan. So can I just tell the story?
Sure.
I won't without mentioning any names.
Sure.
Okay. A good friend of Dan and I's went to a plastic surgeon or a hair restoration place around here somewhere in Tampa that's got this particular machine that a lot of people don't have. And a good friend of ours did this procedure. He was, if I remember right, Dan, our good friend kind of had like the receding power alleys.
Exactly.
And that
the
was,
corners
that
right
was,
there.
Yeah, in the power alleys. Like it was like literally it's almost third base foul pole and the first place foul pole.
Exactly.
And then you got all that turf in between, but in between the foul poles, are the power alleys. So our buddy had a power alley problem, and he went to this place in town. I'm not even going to mention their name because they're officially your competition now, Dan.
Yep.
And so but this place did a kick-ass job, and our friend inquired about the machine that does such a, because our friend's a smart guy, and he figured it out. It looks like they just have like a technician here doing it, and the doctor comes in and numbs you all up and talks to you and everything, and then the success rate that I have had. I mean, the guy did it 6 months ago, and like he
looks awesome.
It's just like. It's unbelievable. I've seen people do hair transplants, and some of it's good. And you know what? Some of it's good, and most of it's bad. And back in the day, it was so barbaric that they used to actually cut out in the back of your head where they harvest you. That's where your strong stuff is, Lummy. Even when you're going like 100% male pattern, even like when you're Hulk Hogan, you still got a few good harvest strips in the back there.
Yeah, there's about 4 inches by about 10 inches in the back that never goes away.
So you know
Hogan doesn't have harbor. He doesn't have harbor strips. He's got that thin little blonde hair.
No, most of Hogan's stuff is clip on. I'm telling you. I know who it's a weave. He goes.
Wait, he's got a male pattern baldness weave.
Yes, Hogan's got a weave.
Really?
Yes.
Why would you just get the full shebang?
I'm just telling you.
Why not? Why just get the outskirts?
Come off.
Man, can you imagine? Hogan's identified as having that big ass bald spot with the. No, hold on. He's identified with a bandana. Like you never see him without a bandana.
He's got bandanas of built-in hair now.
Yeah,
he should have identified. He should have identified as a man with hair at the RNC.
You know what they should do? They should just tattoo a bandana on Hogan. Hogan should just get a tattoo of a bandana.
Bandana.
Yeah,
it's not easy. I can't tie him like I used to, brother.
I can't. Man, I could tell you so many stories because Hogan and I were together a lot, and just I could tell you so many stories of bandana issues. He has a whole technique of how he folds it, and then he's got the bandana. If you think of any person he's got to be the number one guy in the world as far as wears a bandana every day. Right?
Oh yeah,
like
people have dropped that habit. Back in the 70s and 80s, they dropped that habit. The only one that was talking about bandanas was Janis Joplin. No one else wears a bandana in the world.
So Hogan's like the bandana, whatever the hell. And but Dan, I don't think he would be a candidate. I don't think you could cover that. Your machine's made to do like the standard middle male pattern or baldness, and then any of the power alleys, and then any up front, and then anything in the middle. Like that's what your machine's made to strengthen.
But he's got like nothing, and probably has very limited donor sites.
Exactly.
And so people with the Norwood 8s and 7s that really have nothing,
so they don't do
as well.
But barbarically. They used to cut.
Yeah.
Literally cut a little strip out of your hair.
Not so little.
Yeah, and
there was a scar that was about 8 inches long.
And then they had to sew you up and hope that hair grows over in that area.
Which it doesn't.
And so at this point, that's how they used to do it. Now they got these. So our buddy is getting it done, and he sees the machine, and I don't know if he takes a picture of the machine or he inquires about what the machine's called or something. I think he inquires. He asks the technician, "Hey, what's this kind of machine going on here?" And takes a picture of it, and then goes over to Dan and say, "Dan, you have." After we see the dudes and the hair's working, the guy's like, "Dan, this stuff works so good, and it's this machine. You need to buy one of these machines, Dan. These things are unbelievable." And so Dan went and bought one. Dan went and bought one of those machines, and then Dan went and got trained in California on how to do it. And so Dan, I think you got on the air, and we asked for a couple of people that would want to participate, like at what your dead cost would be. We're not going to mention that price, but at a high discount. To be, not a guinea pig. Well, you kind of be a guinea pig of you doing it, you in your office doing this the first couple times, correct?
Yes.
And this card's from that guy?
Correct. Here's a thank you to everybody. He was very generous. He bought everyone lunch. He was a really nice guy.
Thanks for the Dr. Dan hookup and for a great show. Here's a little something for my appreciation. And that's what the show runs on, little somethings. You know what I'm saying, Lummy?
Yeah, that's great.
Of course, we have some big hitters out there, but we really appreciate the little somethings. That's what keeps the show going. The little somethings.
Is it rude to ask how much?
Well, yeah,
it is. Can you just show me?
It's a $50. It's a $50 Longhorn, and then a few hundies.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Jeez.
For real. What a cool dude.
We need to start
Man,
referring more people.
Well, I'm getting people that are doing it for real and getting the full, the full gamut.
Right.
They're getting the full transplant.
Although I do think Bubba Army just unilaterally gets like a 10% discount at anything that you do. Don't you unilaterally, when somebody comes in and says Bubba Army, don't like whether it's Botox
Almost
or
everything,
boob
yes,
job,
they get a special discount. Absolutely, yes.
maybe even on the hair deal? Maybe?
Yes, they get a discount.
Look at that. Wanting to get the hair deal. Of course, you're not going to get the good deal that John got because he was.
Are you getting the hair deal, Bubba?
I don't know. I don't know.
I heard you asking about hard cost off the air.
You're such a dick.
Dan's drop dead hard cost.
You're such a dick. Okay,
But Bubba, man, you can have lush, because you're not that bad. You're the perfect guy. You're the perfect guy.
I got that male pattern. I got that little. Listen, I'll just go ahead and show you. Listen, I might as well. I got that little ring of honor. That little, see it? I got that little male pattern ring. It'll come up
You're
here.
talking about in the crown, back of the back of the vortex?
I got that standard male pattern crowned. And then, starting to lose a little bit in the power alleys.
So, you strengthen the hairline in the front and you put a few in the crown to keep it, from seeing the skin. And, 2,000 grafts later, you look great.
For real?
Yeah, you're probably a 2,000, 2,500 guy.
What if I want to go 5,000?
It's 2 sessions.
Oh.
9 months apart.
Never mind. So, what's the most you can do for the...
In one session, 2,500, maybe 28, 3,000. You can't do more than that.
And the
problem is too many fish. If you put too many, what happens if you put too many fish in a fish tank, Bubba?
It gets algae, and the fish will eat the fish.
Or they just all die.
Right.
It's just too much. It just can't support. It can't support it.
Not enough oxygen level.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can't put too much hair into an area.
Oh, you can only put, because that little area can only pick up that hair and make it healthy. There's only a certain amount that it can do. You can't overwhelm that area because it's so traumatized in what it's doing. Right.
Yeah, it can only support about 30 hairs per square centimeter.
Really? That's a lot, though.
Yeah, that is. I mean, but it's that's 120. It's about 150 square hairs per square inch. But you add that up, and all of a sudden you're at 1,500 quickly.
And they have to take it out and then put them back in.
One at a time.
Do they go like one at a time?
Well, yes and no. But it's called a follicular unit, and a follicular unit is a sebaceous gland and a little erector pili muscle, and 1 to 3 or 4 hairs. And so that's how you grow hair. It's a little unit. And most people have twos and threes.
So when it plucks out that little area that's going, they took out the back of your head on your big healthy area.
Yes, so 1 millimeter plug.
They pull it out, right? Mm-hmm. And then they take that, even with if you were to pull a plant out, it has some dirt and roots.
Right.
I'm assuming that you
got 1 or 2 or 3 branches.
Right. So Then when they stab it back in, it's hoping that those roots and whatever things that they pulled out will start growing in the new farmland.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They take.
And so they use the singles because some people only have 1 hair in a follicular unit. And you have a combination of all different types. You have 1s, 2s,
For the
and
record,
3s.
we're talking about follicular units.
Follicular units?
Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody bitching that we're not diverse and that we always do one thing or another, bitch. Because I ain't talking about the Hogan sex tape at all. We're talking about follicular units.
Yes.
So S my D, bitches, because I'm an alpha that describes other alphas as alpha betas, which makes me a beta. So I mean, whatever.
I still don't agree with that reasoning.
You got me. I'm a beta bitch. You've always wanted me to be a beta bitch. I'll be a beta bitch. Woo! Anyway, Dan, what were we saying about follicular EPOs?
So you take the single hair follicular units and put them in the front because you want singles in the front, and then you take the 2s and 3s and you put them further back for more density. And so it's the way we harvest is a little different.
That back little yarmulke area. That's what I look like.
That's where you put the 2s and 3s and 4s.
A couple people keep asking, can you do it for a beard?
Theoretically, yes. You can do it for eyebrows too.
Okay.
You could, like a guy that couldn't grow a good beard. What would you find out where his But is the hair on your head the same as is beard hair the same as? See, to me, I don't think the hair. I think head hair is different than beard hair, and I don't know that head hair can live in beard hair world.
It can, but it's going to be a little different.
Beard hair to me seems a little bit more tougher.
It is.
Rugged.
It's thicker.
like it might be a little bit like it's a little beefier of a hair.
Mm-hmm.
It's a more industrial hair.
I've seen people get tattooed beards. So I mean,
what about eyebrows though too? Because people are getting tattoo eyebrows.
Yes, you can do transplants and eyebrows.
So
Absolutely,
you're
do that. Shave it.
You're what now?
Well, eyebrow hair auto stops when it gets to a certain length. Your eyebrow hair doesn't just
I don't know,
keep growing.
man. I've seen some dudes with some pretty obnoxious eyebrows. Remember that guy on 60 Minutes, Andy Rooney?
Yeah.
It's like, tell me eyebrow hairs.
Well,
to
that's
stop
crazy
growing.
old man eyebrows. But I'm talking about like normal people. The eyebrows don't get crazy. And so if you do a hair transplant and eyebrow, which you can do, you just have to trim them.
I mean, I trim my eyebrows now.
A lot of people just take like a little comb and then put an oster over the comb as a guard.
I have a guard. I use my shaver, and you click it down to, I think it's a 4 setting for your.
You don't want to go too low.
Yeah, you don't want to shave your eyebrows off.
They take forever to grow back.
Yeah, you just
I mean like a year.
Like let me when I always do a salon session on you, I always get your eyebrows, and look, they always grow back perfect.
Yes, they do, because you do a great job. Thank you.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Oh, dude, that's a significant pop. That is right.
It started Saturday
right there.
and
There's a fascial band that they can release.
because I woke up
And it's got
it felt like I was forcing.
That's crazy. You got all those big old forearm muscles.
So do we need to, I was saying, tell him about it next time?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna be sitting with it for until the next time I go back.
When's the next time you go back?
I don't know, because today's when I'm going to get the
EMGs.
Yeah, like right now, this morning it wasn't. Now
It's clicking. That's absolutely clicking.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. I've never seen a carpal tunnel trigger. The first one on me.
Sweet, great. Glad I can be an experience.
What's the first one? What?
You get trigger fingers in between where your finger hits the hand. That's where most people have a trigger finger.
What's that mean?
Well, it's the tendon for your flexor tendon. The tendon for your finger gets stuck underneath a little band. And it's called a trigger because it kind of like catches. Yeah. He's doing it at his wrist, which I've never seen.
Because he's a fucking monkey.
Yeah.
That's the fuck why.
Good morning.
Because he's fucking. One chromosome for being a fucking caveman.
Well, the weird thing, so is it a tendon because it's only this finger. It's not anything else.
It's still catching.
But
So I can see it catching. You can see it. You can see it bulge up in your wrist when you do it. That's crazy.
Huh.
Sub-XL game, XXL game. The one. Deny you an X. Did Bubba slam the door?
Well, yeah, he left. So I'm hoping it was him.
But he did slam it.
Big Red, that's something else. It's just one of the problems. What's up, bros?
What, Big Red's got a trigger finger?
No, he's got a thing like where my arm goes numb in the middle of the night.
Oh, like a thoracic outlet?
Yeah. He says he's got both arms. No, I was asking him about his, and we have the same thing, but this thing just started coming Saturday.
That's something new.
Nice temperature. No, they're perfect. They're a perfect paranoid. Big Arms 101. Good morning.
Does Schnitt really walk around in his little bulletproof vest? And is it a bulletproof vest or is it like a weight vest for training, like the runners use to, like sprinters?
You can't, everyone keeps saying it's a bulletproof vest, but it could be weighted.
It's got all that like mole, what's it called, the mole banding? The bands you put like shit on, attachment, it's called mole?
I don't know what it's called.
Like MOLE.
Stop and go Steve said, He has Dr. Dan with the cure for trigger
Yeah.
It's an
Is there a
injection,
lot
or you
of-
cut
is
the
there a lot of
tendon.
rec
You
hockey
start
in
with a
Indiana?
steroid shot. and then you cut the
There's
band.
more than there used to be. Enough that he's on a team. He's on a traveling team.
Okay, yeah.
You know, and
Hockey's fucking expensive for kids.
oh,
Man.
I know. He if he could just get some, I was talking about lifting weights and stuff, and my God, if he would just bulk up a little bit because he's so skinny.
Defense is tough. I mean, you got to be big to play hockey, but defense is just.
Well, he's actually a winger.
Oh, good.
Right now, but I'm like, man, if you keep getting big, you know, I don't think you see 6'6", 215 wingers, but you see those defense. That's the defenseman size, right? I mean, the wingers are usually not 6'6", are they? They're usually 6'1", 6'2". You know. I don't think a 6'6" guy can naturally be as fast as a Braden Point or a, Cooch.
No. I don't think
And those
so.
what Points? I think Point's only like 5'10".
Oh yeah, they're not. He's not. I mean, him, Kucherov, they're not big guys.
Stamkos was considered big, wasn't he? For a winger?
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty average sized guy.
I thought he was considered big. Now, isn't Vazzy big for a goalie?
Vazzy's pretty big. Yeah, he's like 6'3", I think.
I thought he was 6'6". And I thought
maybe on skates.
Yeah, no. What do skates add? About 3 inches to you?
Yeah. Like
So if you are legitimately a 6'6" dude, when you're walking around, you're 6'9" on the
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Just to, you got into all this hair talk with Dan and how he's offering this new hair restoration machine that's unbelievable. If you're interested in it, I'm assuming, Dan, people can get consultations is what they do. Like, they come in for a consultation to see if you qualify and get an estimate, right? That's probably the process.
Yeah, it's better to do it in person. It's hard to really evaluate someone's hair like on the telephone, but you can get an idea. Some people are perfect candidates and some people aren't great candidates, but I've had a few people do phone consultations in the last week or so, and it's definitely a good way to screen them. And then they come in and
you can probably rough them in from a Zoom. You can you can rough them in.
But you got to really like touch them and
Sure. So, but it would be by calling 8888 48 Diacos, DIACOS. 48 is it 48 Diaco or Diacos?
Plural.
48 Diacos. That's the surgery center, and schedule an appointment or a consultation and see if you can. Now there's an alternative.
When we were doing our training. And we were doing consult training too, talking, how to talk to people about their hair.
Right.
And they had a guy come in to talk about his.
Well, do you make a very good student, or do you always want to think that you might, or do you just sit down and shut up in those instances?
I'm a great student.
When you're being trained.
I'm a great student, dude. I've been a student forever.
Yeah.
I'm good at being a student.
Okay.
I can learn. And then I add my own little flavor to it. I like to make it my own.
Do you ever bust any professor for being wrong?
Yeah.
Hold on. So you've been to a medical conference before, and the doctor's been wrong, and you're the guy in the crowd that says, "Whoa, hold on now."
Yeah, I've done that before.
That's not.
I did that. I stood up in front of 2,000 people once at a conference and gave the guy an earful.
Hold on, you got to. I mean, I'm riveted. You got to tell me how this. I mean, not too long-winded, but I got to hear this.
It was about 4 years ago, and they were talking about shaped, textured implants. And this is when, there was a big scare about 5 to 10 years ago called ALCL, anaplastic large cell lymphomas. It's sort of a type of cancer that only happened if you had old, textured instead of smooth, textured implants. They were mostly Allergans and Dows.
As far as the manufacturer.
Correct.
Right.
And so I'm at a conference like 4 or 5 years ago, and we'd already known about this, and we'd taken some of the implants off the market, or were about to take the implants off the market, and a guy sat up there and spent 25 minutes lecturing about textured, shaped implants. And I stood up when he was done. I'm like, listen, everybody, You have to have a very good reason to justify the use of this implant, which not only often doesn't look right, is now associated with a cancer. So unless you have a great justification for using this implant, go forward and beware, because you're going to get sued. And there was silence. And I haven't heard another lecture about textured implants at any national conference since that.
Any female doctors get turned on by your authority, by your...
No, people coming up to me afterwards like, I'm so glad you said that. I can't believe they're still pushing these things. And then when I was in law school, my writing teacher kept putting grammatic errors on the screen. And every time she did, I'd say, that's wrong.
Hold on. So you're in medical school, and one of your teachers...
Law school.
You're in law school, and one of your teachers are not using proper English or grammar.
And she's the English teacher.
And you're the one, you're the one that says, excuse me, you just misspelled inappropriate.
Yeah, she did. She had so many mistakes on her slides. It's like she never proofread them, and she's supposed to be the research and writing teacher, literally like your English teacher. And I corrected her literally every single day. And thank God that my English paper, my research and writing paper,
was perfect.
That
she was laying for you.
She was laying for me, so she gave me. I booked the class. I got the highest grade because I had better grammar than she had. Dumbass.
Okay, and finally, so I don't know, Seth. I think we just figured out the problem of the Chicago Bears.
Really?
Yeah. It's not been the fact that they went and got that Mike Tobinsky guy that ended up being an ass bucket, and for so many years they put all their eggs into Jay Cutler's basket. I mean, I can't think of the last really good Bears decision that was been made. I mean, you're a Bears fan, Seth. Can you help me with the last time the Bears organization did something player-wise, and you're like, oh hell yeah, and it ended up working out?
It was pretty exciting when they traded for Khalil Mack, but that's when they put all their eggs in the Mitch Trubisky baskets, which didn't work out.
And even Khalil couldn't bring him on. Even the most monster. I mean, this guy, when Khalil Mack was at the top of his game, he was just a cog below Lawrence Taylor as far as being disruptive. I mean, right? Like this Khalil Mack.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer, but also like, he's one of those guys that'll go down like he was an absolute disruptor. Like you had to know him and that Aaron Donald guy, probably in the last 10 years have been the two most disruptive, forces of defense. I guess maybe J.J. Watt and some of those big time edge guys now are in that league. I don't know, but Khalil Mack was like Lawrence Taylor of his era. He would just kill. Man, being a Packer fan, and when the Bears got him, I was like, oh, man, he killed Aaron Rodgers a few times.
He did the first game. I think he almost knocked Rodgers out of the game and ended up coming back after halftime.
So scared of that dude. But other than Khalil Mack, I can't tell you the last time the Bears did anything that was, like, oh, my God. And they've sucked ever since.
I mean, the biggest thing that they did was they made the trade with Carolina, where they got DJ Moore, and they ended up getting the first pick in the draft, and were able to kind of reset their whole franchise based off of one trade.
Worked out well for them.
Well,
hopefully.
So anyway, Hard Knocks is following the Chicago Bears around this. Well, they have already for the offseason. I think, doesn't Hard Knocks officially end on the first day of?
I think the last episode's probably on Tuesday.
Right. So they're technically still in training camp, aren't they? I mean, technically, they haven't set the 53 rosters yet, have they?
They did.
They did. Well, so
over the weekend.
Okay, over the weekend.
Yes.
So just as of God, today seems like Monday, but really it's Tuesday. So really, Lummy, the first broadcast day or media day would have been yesterday. That's probably when everybody talked about who made the final 52. And that's probably when Hard Knocks as a series is over, right? Boom. And so Hard Knocks has been, God, they've been they've been what? San Francisco. Think of what's the last 5 seasons of Hard Knocks?
Oh, the Bucs might have been in the last 5.
Well, it was the Bears.
No, the Bears are this year.
Yes.
The Bears are going on now. They probably wrap up today. Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
And then it's live on HBO. And then you can replay it on but it's an HBO franchise, is it not?
Yes.
Yes.
The Jets, the Lions, the Cowboys, the Chargers and Rams, Raiders, Browns, and then Buccaneers in 2017.
Yeah. Well, so it prides itself on Hard Knocks on HBO, kind of prides itself on giving you that backstage feel, reality backstage feel of what happens during training camp on an NFL basically all NFL franchises probably have similar, practice schedules and facilities, and they're all governed by the Players Association, so there's only a certain amount of rule, like pad time. Don't they let me limit? You can only have like
10, I think it is.
And I think it's like 13 full pads, only like for the entire year.
Yes, I believe you are correct.
Now, does that include training camp?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, like
Really?
yeah. You can only have 13 like full pad one-on-ones scrimmages 13 times during an entire year. So, a lot of it's just helmets and
14. Sorry, we got to make
14.
14, yes.
But like, most of a lot of the stuff, it's just, helmets and shorts and cleats, right, Lummy?
Yeah, and it's 11. You have to have 11. Your first 11 have to be in the first 11 weeks of the season, and a maximum of 1 per week.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, again, it's highly regulated, but it's fun to watch the backstage portion of training camp. A lot of times, you'll see. I've seen several times, Lummy, over the years, where they'll have a segment where the coach is letting guys go.
Oh,
And they bring their playbook in, and he has a little talk with them, and they always try to remain positive, and the player may have some questions, and I always feel bad for that guy.
Yeah, but sometimes they get hired right back a week later.
Yeah,
that does happen a lot with those guys.
Most of the time, the percentage of dudes aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just trying to, a lot of times they're just trying to get picked up on a practice squad. Think about if you're not a superstar and you're an NFL guy, you may have had to been a practice squad guy for 2 or 3, 4 seasons until you really got to be that offensive lineman with some skill set, and you could make it that way because you knew their offense so well, and you just got better and better and better. So I think there have been some practice players that went on to be pretty good, have they not?
Try to look at the last one that actually did anything.
So, Bubba, what do you think is a worse omen, to have the Hard Knocks or to be on the cover of Sports Illustrated? Because they're both
neither.
They're both bad, right?
Neither. Being owned by a family that doesn't allow cussing, and the most cussing, like I can't think of a sport that would be more, like legitimate to cuss. Like, it's a combative, you're not, baseball's, first of all, golf's a gentleman's game, right?
Yeah.
And then you got baseball, and there's a certain amount of decorum that's held with America's, oldest ongoing, sport.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be great, though, if after a guy sunk a big putt, he went to the other guy and said, "Take that, bitch"?
Well, I mean,
that'd make golf so much better.
Dan golf. I mean, again, so football, is by far the most combative, gladiator type. The hitting, even though they've limited the hitting and they continue to make it safer and safer, it still is the most violent game. I guess that rugby stuff that they play in Australia, that's pretty rugged. So as far as American sport, football it's about as barbaric as we get. I mean, I guess we have slap fighting and UFC, but the biggest, sexiest franchise that's the most combative, if you talk about
as a team sport,
if you talk about the big sanctioning bodies, the NBA, Major League Baseball, hockey, NFL, what would be the next? I mean,
NBA.
NBA. So if you look at those 5 huge franchises, football obviously is the most combative. So with combat brings, speech. Like golf, when a guy does think, the guy, Dan just had a prime example. That's what you don't do in golf. You never see that. But it wouldn't be uncommon when you're, just battling it out with another guy. I mean, you're just trying to, he's trying to eat your lunch and keep you away from the running back, and you're trying to discard him like a bad habit and smash that guy for a 2-yard loss. just the violentness. I mean, one would think that there would be a lot of F's and F you, bitch, and all this kind of stuff. It just breeds cussing. Professional football just breeds cussing. Like
especially on the practice field.
Yeah, you gotta cuss.
But now the referees will flag you if you say too many cuss words during a game.
Now, so what I'm getting at is the McCaskey family, which I think was McCaskey. Did they buy it from the Hallis family?
It is the Hallis family.
All right, so the McCaskey family is the Hallis family.
Yes.
So the same family has owned the Bears since the inception of the league.
Really?
Yes. The Chicago Bears and I think maybe the Giants are the first two teams in, and then the next year came the Packers. Packers were actually a year behind with regards to being I think there was only initial 2 NFL, and it was the Chicago Cardinals / turned into the Bears. And so the same family, I
believe George Hallis's granddaughter is the one that owns the team, Virginia McCaskey, and she's 99.
Right. And they have to be I don't know, is there any other team where the original owner owns that? Well, probably the Fords with Detroit, right?
Yes.
I know they're owned by one of the Ford families. Obviously McCaskey / George Hallis with the Bears. I don't know.
What was his business?
Who, George Hallis?
Yeah.
I don't think back then you didn't have to have a business. You just had to be a good football player and a good coach because you had to come up with about $500.
Right.
So it was $500 to $1,000 for you to buy a franchise with the NFL that consisted of 2 little teams and maybe a couple of dudes in New York. They had to make a couple of some type of rulings or call. But I mean, it was it was a joke. It was just 2 teams and that's it. So just think about the Hallis. I mean, everybody that would be an original owner, and I don't know how many there are, but the Hallises literally bought the Bears for $500.
Wow.
Right? I mean,
he founded them.
Right. So basically, Dan, he was just some dude in Chicago that knew a bunch of dudes that wanted to play football. And they would go out on Saturday and Sundays and play around like they used to play in, whatever. And he said, hey, let's join it. Let's come up with a team and call ourselves the Chicago Cardinals or whatever the hell they are.
He's also a captain in the Navy.
Right. But, he just initially was a dude that got a bunch of other dudes together to play weekend football. Right? Hey, we're going to be in this travel league, and we have to go up to, DeKalb or something and play the DeKalb Cornhuskers, and we got to go down to – because all those teams defected. The only one that really made it through, I think, were the Giants and the Bears.
Yes.
That's it. But think about it. Does the same family own the Giants? I think they might.
The Maras?
Oh, if it's the Mars, then no, that candy empire, they probably bought them in the 70s.
Yeah, Mara and Tischer's there, 1925, so yeah, they're part of it.
No, not Mars, Mara.
Mara and the Tischer's.
I thought you meant Mars as in candy bar. Although they're the most, did you know they're one of the richest families and
who is the Mars family? I've never even seen one of them.
Hold on. If you Google, I guarantee you, I'm right on this, the Mars family are, I think, right behind the Waltons and Walmart with regard.
Second richest family.
Hold on, what? Let me drop that mic, bitch.
Wow.
The Mars family, the second richest family.
I didn't even know they were a family.
Yeah, so I mean, I was right on that one. Wasn't I, Lummy?
Yeah, 117 billion.
No, but they didn't have anything to do with how much?
117 billion.
Wow. What are the Waltons worth? Are they number one?
Yes, 126 billion.
126 billion.
But it looks like they.
What their dad do? Just start he had a department store in Bentonville, Arkansas, right? I think that's the first Walmart, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know it's in Arkansas.
It was in Batonsville, Arkansas, or something. Bensonville, Arkansas. I think Sam Walton or maybe Sam Walton's grandpa had a department store, right?
Yes.
And that's it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 5 and dime store.
Yeah, and when I was growing up in Warsaw, our Walmart was called 3D, Danner's Discount Department Store, 3D. And boy, man, they had everything from fishing tackle, Lummy, to baseball bats to car stereos. Remember back then you would go to I don't know, what was it, JCPenney or Sears, and they'd have it all. Everything from tools to lawnmowers to being able your mom and dad to buy you some jeans and a stupid shirt to wear to school. I mean, I always had to be in the Husky division. Were you always a Husky?
I was a Wrangler.
But you weren't around when the big, see, when you were a bigger kid back in the day, you'd wear Huskies.
Oh.
And Huskies always had like the double patch on the knee deal.
Oh no, we didn't have that.
Oh, you have like an inner patch on the knee?
Yeah.
Oh, you could see it after you washed it a couple times?
No, yeah, you could see it because it was just a little thicker. You could tell you had neat, so the premise was the heavier kids are, when they're playing and stuff, they weigh a little bit more. They're a little harder on the knee area, so they would double knee you. And so then the kids would say, oh, man, sometimes you get clowned if you had Huskies on.
They must have taken those away.
I'd be like, Mom, I don't want a new. She's like, oh, Bubba, your jeans are wearing out. And I'd be like, but I don't want Huskies. But they don't, we can't you don't fit in the other ones. I know, but can we rip the tags or something off? Well, Bubba, they're going to be able to tell they're Huskies because they got double knees. You can't ever escape the Husky rap, buddy. You're a Husky. I'm a Husky. We're all Huskies. It was so embarrassing. We used to embarrass poor kids. Where even the jeans that the fat guys had to wear were called Huskies, and everybody knew you had Huskies on, Lummy. So you instantaneously had a couple points going against you with the bitches. You know
At
what I'm
least
saying?
they knew better back then to call fat.
Yeah.
I mean, Husky's always been pretty PC.
Yeah.
And we're rolling everything back from back in the day, but Husky, they had it dead on when they named that.
Too bad they couldn't make the jeans look more like the skinny kid jeans because they just so stood out.
They couldn't nail everything, Bubba.
So anyway, the McCaskey family, not to get too down the rabbit hole, Lummy. They have, yeah.
I'm not talking about Husky yoga pants anymore.
No,
it took a long way to get here, Bubba.
It did, but a very interesting path nonetheless. Anyway, Hard Knocks, HBO based, is doing the Bears this training camp. Have you watched a lot of it?
No,
Because some of it's live, isn't it? Don't they go live on the new episodes on Sunday nights or something?
No, they're during the week. No, there's no live stuff. I've been waiting for all the episodes to end, and I'm probably going to catch up on it this week or next week.
Anyway, they're at the Bears this year, and the McCaskey family does not allow cursing. So
it wouldn't last long in that family.
Yeah, but what I'm just saying
well, I mean, you can cuss. They're not showing it. They're beeping it out.
Yeah, which I mean, so that so sucks. Limiting NFL players from not being able to cuss. I mean, NFL breeds cussing. It's made on cussing. You think the Bears and the Packers, when Vince Lombardi and George Halas played each other, were like, "Oh, we're so sorry for knocking hitting you so hard that you have a stinger and they have to carry you off in a stretcher. I'm so sorry." You think Ray Nitschke ever told, who was the quarterback back in that? I don't know, Scott Hunter, or who was their quarterback when they really, really sucked in the 60s?
The Bears?
Yeah, the Bears sucked in the 60s.
I don't even know.
You know who their quarterback was back then?
In the 60s?
I can tell you in the 60s it was Bart Starr for the Packers.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You think when that guy sacked him,
negative 23.
Like, man, you really, hey, Dick Butkus.
Ed Brown, Bubba, there you go.
Yeah, when Ray Nitschke sacked Ed Brown, you think he said, "Let me help you get you up here, Mr. Ed Brown. Hope you have a really good day, and I'm going to try not to hit you too hard today, but I'm going to sack you 14 times, you nice guy, you." Or do you say, "Hey, Brown, I got you all game long, you piece of shiz, and all your tackles suck. I'm going to be killing you, bunch of pussies. I got you all." I mean, we're the Green Bay Packers. We just won 2 Super Bowls in a row, bitch.
Well, it has no effect. The players can do whatever they want, but they're just asking the McCaskey family just to ask that HBO doesn't air the cussing. And the HBO director said that this team cusses much less than a lot of the teams she's been around. But they said out of respect to the family, then they didn't want to put it out there.
I know. So if you're a Bear man, they probably have that conversation with you. "Hey, listen, our owner doesn't like cussing, so please watch your cussing." Be like, really? I've never worked at a place that made me watch me cuss.
Bubba, you gotta, the Yankees still make you shave your facial hair if you want to be on the team. I mean, I think that just beeping out some cussing for a reality show, just out of respect for the family and to maybe not make the team look bad if people get, upset by certain, language that's out there. I mean, I think it's fine.
I don't think the Bears have any worse language than the other 14 teams they've done before, and cussing's a part of the game.
But they're saying that the article said they have less cussing than most other teams.
Yeah, I know.
Just naturally.
Out of respect. So why do you think that happens?
Because you have a person that's not a big cusser. Like here's an example.
But hold on. Don't think.
Dungy.
Hold on. Don't think that somebody, probably the head coach, when he's coaching up the team, he has to probably tell, hey guys, don't forget, when the McCaskey, who's the owner, they don't like cussing. So if you guys can kind of cut down on that a little bit, best you can, just be mindful that our owner doesn't like it. I mean, is that all that's probably all he has to say, right?
I think there's another element to it, Bubba, and that is the head coach himself. Like, if you look at if you contrast the coaching techniques or styles between Dungy and Gruden, Dungy didn't curse, and his assistant coaches didn't curse much, and the players didn't curse much in front of him out of respect to him. Then Gruden comes in, and every other word is F. And the cussing escalated. So I think a lot of it has to do with the management, the ownership, and the coaching, and how they speak.
Okay, I agree. But don't think the coaching doesn't know, when he's getting hired on.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's a different type of interview.
What do you do, Bubba, when you're going to interview Shedeur Sanders and you might draft a number one? You're going to go, Shedeur, you like to cuss, right? Because I feel like cussing's a major part of the game. And if you don't cuss, then I'm just going to feel like something's wrong with you. So give me your 8 best cuss words right now, and let me see.
Some people did say that about Tim Tebow because he didn't cuss.
Right, it's a problem.
Give me your 8 best cuss words.
I just want to see if you're going to fit in with my culture.
If that'll be able to slide by the Mikowskis or not, whatever, the McCluskeys or whatever the hell they're
Come on, she's 99, Bubba. It's
she's 101 now.
Yeah, 101, Bubba. I mean, geez.
Yeah, but it's just going to be one of her sons or something. It's going to stay a McCaskey family.
Of course, yeah.
Sure.
We've been trying to give her, one last thrill for, 60 years now.
Actually, if you look at ownership, Lummy, she's considered the owner, but does her son do the day-to-day operations? It'd be interesting to see who.
Yeah, Michael McCaskey.
All right, so he's already he really runs the show, probably at the end of the day.
Well, he got fired in 1999 as the team president from his mom.
Michael McCaskey did?
Yeah, he was team president from 83 to 99, and she fired him. But he's still the chairman of the board. But
so who's team president now?
It says, I guess, George McCaskey took over, and current president is Kevin Warren. But they're still on the board.
Kevin Warren ran the Big Ten Conference a couple years ago.
He's the one that what?
He ran the Big Ten Conference.
Oh,
Big 12 or whatever it is. Yeah, Big Ten, yeah.
And, so he's a president. So maybe let's take it out of the McCaskey.
And do a professional.
We need, give it to somebody that just didn't get it based on their last name and actually has some skill set here. Mr. Warren.
Well, basically, the president's job right now is to just get them a new stadium. So that's what he's been doing.
Now, and with regards to that in the Chicago Bears, I was talking to Larry Plummer. I was actually lived with Larry Plummer for 3 or 4 days, and this topic did come up because we were watching the Bears Chiefs for a little bit, and I'm like, did the Bears are the Bears moving out to the suburbs like they promised, or are they going to knock down, Soldier Field and put it right where, how if they usually use the same location, then they use the parking lot for the new stadium,
right,
and they knock down the old stadium, and that's now the parking lot. The flip-flop applesauce.
Like the Bucks did that.
Yeah, a lot of teams have. Minnesota did it. I think Indianapolis did it. Most teams do that. What's been what's the resolve with regards to the stadium issue? Do they have a plan?
Well, there was a plan to move I think 25 or 30 miles outside of the city.
Yeah, up in Schaumburg or something like
Arlington,
that.
At the Arlington.
Yeah, Arlington.
Raceway.
Yeah.
I feel like something like that got approved. And then I feel like maybe that's still on the table, and now they're also on the table of doing something, right where Soldier Field is, whether they're going to put more money into it or do something. I don't know. It's a whole thing, but basically they're going to stay in the Chicago area, but people want them, right in Chicago. But I would say Soldier Field's in an awkward area.
Yeah, well, it is. It's right there by the old. There used to be an old airport.
It's in the middle of downtown.
It's actually right next to to Lake Michigan. It literally is right next to Lake Michigan.
Well, it looks like their latest proposal is a $4.7 billion domed lakefront stadium.
So that means right where they are now, but domed.
How much was the stadium?
$4.7 billion.
$4.7 billion. Man, I feel as if there's just some NFL cities that just need to be outdoor cities. Is it going to end up being that Green Bay is going to be the only team that will never build a dome?
Well, Florida,
there's
Tampa.
but Dan, I'm talking about not based on heat, based on snow. People can play in the heat. They can't play in the snow as well. There's more weather issues there than there are down here. right? With regards to have you ever seen like Buffalo? Have you ever seen a Buffalo? Remember some of the playoff games in Buffalo where they literally have to be in between. They have to get a snowblower out there in between, halves to snowblow the field.
Yeah, in New England too.
Yeah, so I feel like there's some teams that should never be domed. Lambeau Field will probably be the last one to ever go domed. I would think that Soldier Field would. The people of Chicago are more resilient and.
Oh, forget that, man. In that division, Detroit's got a dome, Minnesota's got a dome, Chicago got a dome. There's no reason
actually
that these
Green Bay would be the only one not to have a dome.
There's no reason why these teams, if they're playing football, into January, I don't think there's any reason why they need to play in snow games at all.
So you're saying
weather wreck everything.
Buffalo, Cleveland, New England, Baltimore, they all need to be domed.
Well, I mean, look,
any place where it can really, really snow a lot, you need to have a dome.
Whatever works for them. I just think it's uncomfortable as a fan too to go sit out in -8 degrees for 3 hours.
Probably, but the domes have more injuries.
But that's what's that?
The dome fields have more injuries
than outside turf.
Yes, that's the problem.
I'm trying to think of the cold weather teams left that play outside: Buffalo, New England, Green Bay. Does Seattle,
Philly?
But
Yeah, Seattle does. New York does.
Yeah, New York, Philly, Washington,
Pittsburgh,
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got Cleveland.
So there's a good 8 to 10 teams still playing outside.
Right.
Up in the Northeast.
Yeah, in that area.
Indy's
right.
inside.
Yeah, Indy's inside.
It's brutal there.
The Lucas, what's called Lucas Oil Dome. Isn't it the Lucas Stadium?
Lucas Oil Stadium?
Lucas Oil Stadium. Same as the Lucas Late model is going to be at my track in February.
Nice. There you go.
When we return, we were talking about how J-Lo, or I guess there's Ben Affleck J-Lo news.
Getting divorced. They got divorced again, Bubba. Second time.
And I'm thinking, man, she has got to be an absolute. She has to be the most impossible woman in the world to live with, due to the fact that how many times has she been divorced?
I sent you her list of like boyfriends and husbands.
What about Affleck? Hasn't he been with a bunch of?
I mean, yeah, maybe he's a dick.
I think he's a dick, to be honest with you. He seems like a dick.
Yeah.
He seems like a loser and a dick.
Okay, Dan.
And not a guy that's really cool to hang out with.
And we know how Dan feels about J-Lo, so we don't have to ask about that.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
All these domes will be able to pop the top on. Damn, 740 already.
Yeah, Affleck's at 2. J-Lo's at 4.
Divorces?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. All right, 50 short striker.
And then help me.
Way to fuck up comedy with some facts. Oh, another hurricane.
Oh, man.
Huh?
I thought we had a hurricane over the weekend. There was one fucking real shitty day.
Yesterday was really bad.
Oh, yeah, it was. I was reflecting. She was with Alex Rodriguez for 14 years?
No, it was only.
Oh, 4, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. They got engaged.
What up, Haas? The elements are part of the game, but no fucking paying customer wants to sit out in that bullshit for as expensive as games are.
Won't be familiar 69 months.
What up, Donald? What What up, Berto?
Brian Gilson.
Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that, man.
No, I don't think they're going to take it away.
We'll do it again
Michael
soon.
Davis.
What up, Dutch Duke? Rather stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Bubba, did you check PayPal?
Oh, okay.
Check it. What up, Permagrom?
Don Savage.
Susan Poitras. I'm gonna give her some love.
You got it, DK. Thanks for checking that out, man. I didn't know I didn't know it would affect me or people so much. So I'm glad you listened. I was like, oh shit, I hope my wife can't hear me fucking cry in the other room. They did shine. They'll be on the show tomorrow. Which one, Berto? Which one-offs do you like? Because the one-offs might get changed into regular weekly podcasts. Might be doing that one with Brian. What up, 2011? No. What's up? Thanks. Well, thanks for checking that out, Brian. Thank you, Hoss. I'm a fan of those also.
He makes miracles happen every day with a scalpel, silicone, and saline.
But you're gonna like it, mister.
He's a doctor, he's a lawyer, he's also the king of tookies. Dr. Dan Diaco is guest hosting today. So please, for the love of the all things Dan, show your support via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
For the love of all things Dan. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army.
I love hearing Barry Hussein say my name.
Lummy, I think we got on Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. I think the new digital Bubba Army cap, adjustable cap, is now available. Also with your bunding opportunities as well, which is the new tactical bag, the 40-ounce Stanley-inspired tumbler, and then what's the third one? Is it the backpack? I don't know.
Backpack.
So it's backpack, tack bag.
And the
tumbler,
right? And the tumbler. That's for the infamous pack.
We got the hat too, Bubba. Don't forget.
Yeah, said that earlier. Thanks.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
I blacked out.
You did?
Yeah.
Lummy, I did put a few pictures of my Indiana trip on our Facebook. Did I put it up on X too?
Yes, you did. You put a couple, yeah.
So either X or Facebook, both at the Bubba Army, showed various things from me with Larry Plummer's grandchildren. To me, I did a little thing for. Well, I asked for a jailhouse tour. Because let me.
So that really was a jail?
Yeah, no, that was the Kosciuszko County Jail.
I thought it was the football team.
I thought it was football team too.
No, it was the jail.
Oh my God!
I didn't get any pictures with the football team.
I thought the town sheriff was also the town football coach, and that's why. Man.
So I've known the head prosecuting attorney there for years, and Larry's next door neighbor is the sheriff of the entire county. I think his name's Jim Miller.
T-shirt Will 25.
And so I just being, a fan of law enforcement, I always want to know what, if I have an opportunity to tour the jail. Let me, I've toured Orient Jail before. I've toured Pasco before. When Jim Coates gave me a tour of Pinellas. I just like to look like what jails look like inside.
Do you like jail movies and TV shows? I mean, did you like The Orange Is the New
Yes,
Black?
and Escape from Alcatraz and all that.
What about Oz? That showed a lot of ween.
Craig Bernstein, $100, and Napa Mike, $50.
Thank you.
More
Did I
damn
did I mention Susan Poitras?
Yes.
In the hundo on
Yes,
the
sir.
PayPal?
Thank you.
Again. So I got a tour of the jail, and while I was there, they're like, "Hey, do you want to speak to this? We have this class, and it's like guys of trustees, and they're like 6 to 8 months to getting out." And so they select 12 or something like that. Everybody applies because you don't have to be in general pop all day and do nothing. You actually get to go to school. They like going to school. Prisoners like going to school because it's better than hanging out with, all the thugs back in the pod. You actually get to go to school and learn a trade. Or
were these juvies or they were full-grown adult criminals?
They were full-blown adult criminals. And they're like, "Hey, we'd like to introduce you." And two of them knew who I was. The other 8 didn't. And so they just kind of gave them like a little motivational speak kind of deal about
about getting back on. What did you say to the criminals, Bubba?
I'm like,
did you say that you've been persecuted?
No, yeah. I just said, listen, there's various detours in life, and you guys are obviously have had a detour, but while being incarcerated and doing some real whatever stupid stuff you did, and they're all the guys, and if they've made it to this particular group, they don't shy away from the fact that they made a mistake. Like, they're not in there saying, "I didn't do it." There's a certain amount of people in jail. They're like, "I didn't do it, man." And probably there's a certain amount of people in jail that didn't do it. Right? There's probably some
no, absolutely. That's why I'm a member of the Innocence Project. There's a lot of innocent people that are spending decades in jail.
But there's also a majority of them really did do it, and they just don't want to, cop to it.
Right.
But so these guys aren't any of that. These guys are guys that are on their best behavior. You've had to qualify to get in this class, and you're less than a year or so from getting out and trying to be a productive member of society without getting in trouble. You've gotten in trouble before. And let's teach you some skill set and do some educational stuff and some therapeutic stuff and some life skill set. So I just talked to him about, hey, I've been at the top of the top and I've been at the bottom of the bottom, and don't give up on yourself. Believe in yourself.
Did you say you have a gig waiting for him on the outside?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I mean, maybe if they wanted to pick up rocks at the track or something.
We don't know. I mean, there could be some talent in there, Bubba. 10 guys. There's got to be at least one that can talk.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the newest hire is a Costco County, Indiana former trustee.
I met him when I was born in Indiana and asked to speak to some prisoners, and it was just fate that we met that day.
So, on my I think it's Facebook, Lummy, I put a whole bunch of pictures up there, and I was with Gooch. Gooch.
Oh, of course.
Tony's former gas guy and motor coach driver. Well, his son is named Sawyer. What a good kid too. He's like, "Hey, I'm interested in lifting weights and stuff like." He's 6'6", 170.
Oh wow!
And he's 15, and he plays hockey. And he's really good at it. He had a goal the last game. He plays, I think, winger, Seth. But I told him, man, you're probably going to end up being, if you go any further, to D1 college, and that's what he's, I guess he's really pretty damn good. Where he's got that potential. He has that potential, but he certainly needs to bulk up. And can you, 6'6".
15, yeah. I can't imagine many guys are too thick at that age.
No, but if he could bulk up. he'd be, get up to 2, I think, what is he, at 15, what are you, a sophomore?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so by your senior year, Dan, if you really did the weight gainer and you really trained hard and you really
a monster.
you can. A kid has so much testosterone running through their body that it absorbs exercise and weight training, like a ×2 multiplier. So like what you would get at 30, you can get double the results at 15 and 16 because your body is in such a bodybuilding, testosterone.
It's in an anabolic state.
Right. So it's just ready to make you a monster. So I'm like, man, if you get so anyway, I met him, and what a good kid. As we were leaving, I'm like, so Sawyer, what are you doing? And I think this was on Sunday. He's like, well, I got to go home and mow the lawn, and do like he had chores to do.
You're impressed by that.
Well, I'm impressed by. He wasn't going back to play Fortnite or lay around and be on his phone all day and be on the computer all day and watch TV.
Well, who's going to tell you that? Hey, I'm going to go home and play on my phone all day.
Well, I'm just saying, man. Most kids, you got to probably bitch for them to go out and mow the lawn and weed eat and do anything. If you can even get your kid to do that.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you don't. Your kids aren't expected to mow the lawn and weed eat. And
come on, Dan's got football fields. There's no way a kid. That would be slave labor.
I'm just saying,
he'll be on what my
by the time
12-year-old could do.
How old is Dan?
12.
By the time I was 12, I was during the summer working at the Warsaw Park Department, mowing and weed eating and using little lawn boys and all that kind of deal. So it's back in the day when you were 12, you were already usually mowing or doing something for your dad.
Certainly by 14, yes.
Yeah. Well, Gooch's son is wired that way that you don't even have to bitch at him. Like he's going to go out, I got to go out and mow the lawn, trim the hedges so that, it looks good. Most kids you can't peel them away from their video game, and they're going to give you a hard time about it, and they're going to be in a bad mood about it, and they're going to bitch and moan until you finally just do it yourself because it's not worth listening than the bitch and moan. Didn't they get the mom on their side? Right, Dan? Then the mom comes up and says, oh, Donnie, why are you making little Donnie mow the lawn today? He does not like that. He's sad. He's sad he has to mow the lawn today. It's considered punishment, Donnie. We have Mexicans do this sort of thing. And now little Donnie must mow the lawn? Donnie, that is not very nice. Little Danny, you go up to your room and do whatever you want. Big Danny, you know that you're not getting any ass for a whole week. Big Danny! Does your wife ever call you Big Danny?
No, she knows better. I'm just Dan.
Little Danny is my favorite. Big Danny, not so much.
No.
I do not like Big Danny.
But yeah, she doesn't
Big
like
Danny.
me.
Big Danny is such a dick.
Yeah, it's a big deal for me to make him take the trash to the curb.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
right.
like come on, Danny, get your ass up and you're doing the trash. I'm not doing it. Why? Because I don't feel like
millionaire kids act like little brats. For the most part, millionaire kids it's.
I mean, it's 150 feet, but still, he can do it.
He can. He can
make it.
Take that on down. Well, little Gooch
going on a short walk.
Little Gooch's kid doesn't even have to be told, man. How cool would it be if you got the mentality of Gooch's kid, Sawyer, and Dan living in your household? Sawyer gets up, grabs the trash, puts a new bag in, and takes it right on down without having to be told.
I'd faint.
Would you be like, oh my God, this is kid of the year?
Yeah.
So anyway, Sawyer, man, lift weights, bust ass. You're already 90% ahead of most kids just based on having a kick-ass attitude.
And don't end up with those criminals that I talked to at the jailhouse.
Yeah. They were, you know what? I actually felt sorry for each and every one of them. Each and every one of the dudes seemed pretty cool.
What kind of crimes did they do?
I don't know.
Did you find out?
Did you ask any?
No. I wasn't going to go around. Hey, let's all introduce ourselves. I want you to tell me your name and what you did.
What you were accused of. Not necessarily what you did. But
That sounds fine to me.
Fred, DUI manslaughter. Oh, okay. Jim, fraud. Grandma took grandma's 401k. Okay. Ronnie, fentanyl. Big thing of fentanyl.
I just want to know what we're dealing with here, No,
I didn't do that.
Any crimes of passion or what?
I don't know. I just didn't feel like I should maybe ask that question. Just talk to him about, once you get tripped up in life, you can. I'm prime example of that you can make something of yourself, ladies and gentlemen.
Looking forward.
I'm still in radio. They've tried like hell to get me off.
Did you tell them the Hogan story? Because I bet they got horny.
No, I didn't.
They're probably horny from like being locked up and then having you tell them about it.
Listen, you know what though? At the Kosciuszko County Jail, they don't ever get to go outside, ever.
Ever?
They're
nothing?
Nothing.
Recreation's inside?
There's 6 pods.
They even let you have air in Russia, I think, in Russian prisons.
So there's 6 pods, and the pods are based on like pod 4 is like for the real badasses, that don't get along with people and have caused problems.
Like the murderers?
Well, not only that, but also people that are problematic and try to fight. Or, like, I guess the one thing that these prisoners do at the jail that I toured is they flood their toilets. They just keep hitting the button, which causes the whole place to flood.
Oh, nice.
And
there's poop everywhere on the ground. That's nice.
Exactly.
Lovely.
That's them being a bunch of dicks. So you got to treat it like it's like all a big. And then so there's one pod of just chomos because you can't have the chomos in with any other.
What's a chomo?
Child molester.
Oh.
So that's what they call in jail terms. They call them chomos. I learned that. So the chomos, you can't have them in any other section. Like they have a section for older dudes. And then they got a section, like they got 6 different sections and different parameters as to why you need to be in that one.
Did you figure out which one you'd be in?
I asked them that. They said that we'd probably put you in the older, kind of chill out, guys that are just, I'd probably be in the old section at the end of the day. They'd probably put you in the, we got to keep an eye on this guy section. They have one of those where you get the privileges of the, So basically the privileges are you get out of your little cell, and then there's this little pod area that might be the size of our studio. And there's a couple of benches.
It's like a common area?
No. Each pod has its own pod. No. And they have no weights to lift. They cannot go outside. And the way they lift weights is they take garbage bags and fill them full of water and get a broom, and then they have 2 garbage bags full of water that are your dumbbells or your barbells.
Wow.
So they lift bags of water. But one of the guy has to, they have to save their garbage bag for 3 days because you got to triple bag it in order to hold any type of water. But they're lifting garbage bag water all in there. Doing push-ups and running around the pod. And then the older guys are just playing cards and kind of hanging out. And then the murderers and the really bad dudes, they don't even let them out. They don't even get to go into the pod. But no outside. I would go absolutely insane if I didn't have a chance to go outside.
So this was a prison? Not like a jail?
No, this was the county jail. And supposedly county jail is worse than prison because prison has a yard. And by the way, Dan, you don't even get to go to the cafeteria here. This is the kind of place where they bring your food to you.
Oh, no. Slide it under the rail.
Yeah, you got to get it through the slot.
Oh, my God.
Like Hannibal Lecter? Jeez.
Yeah, and then every guy's got to stand in line, and they hand one through the slot. And then he said it's not uncommon for, if 2 dudes have beef with each other, for them to throw the food down on the floor and take the tray and try to wing it over the guy's head. I'd at least eat the food first.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Right.
Do they have a workout area, Bubba? And did you give them some maybe exercises that they could do to bulk up?
No workout area. None. The only workout area is in your pod, and that's when you have to have the garbage can water weights.
Jeez.
So you have to eat based on you have to fill this garbage bag up, based on how big you fill it is how heavy it is. So, you can put a little bit in there, you can put a lot in there. So it's based on how big your garbage bag is the hierarchy as to how tough you are. You got some dude over there, with some big, lawn leaf rake kind.
The black trash bags.
Yeah, this big black dude that's in there doing, 200 pounds of trash can water.
Be Macho Man.
Oh, but not being able to go out. And then the really bad dudes, they don't even get to go outside their cell. They only get 30 minutes of pod time.
Oh, jeez.
Man, I could see where people would need therapy after going to jail from here.
Did you get in line for a conjugal? Maybe give hand relief to one of the prisoners.
Why?
Detention go.
Why do you got me?
I just got you in a lot of scenarios. Bubba, you're out of prison. I'm going to have you in every scenario I can come up with until we get to the J-Lo story.
Let's get to the J-Lo
story now. And look, Ty J. Armstrong said he likes the prison jail talk.
Yeah, he used to be a prison guard.
Oh, really?
Yes. Ty J used to be a prison guard in Ocala.
Really?
He would drive from Tampa to Ocala every day. God, I think for like maybe 6 or 8 years he was a prison guard.
I wouldn't mess with him.
No, nobody would.
Do they pay prison guards 6 figures?
Prison guards make a lot of money.
They should.
I don't know if it's 6 figures, but they make quite a bit of money. They do, because you're dealing with you're dealing with the worst of society, and they're all trying to con you and see if you'll bring in some drugs for them.
Well, he's living the life now doing drones. I'm not having to deal with that anymore.
Exactly.
It says its average in Florida is 47,000.
Oh, come on, man.
47,000 to sit here and watch these animals. Again,
and they spit on you and everything.
Oh, they do. Sometimes they'll throw poop bombs at you.
Oh, my God.
The guys at the prison were telling me that. They'll poop and then save it. And then when a prison guard comes by, he'll wing some chili on you.
That's delightful.
Then you got to go. Yeah, it's crazy.
Man, well, I'm glad you had a good time at the jailhouse, Bubba.
And no one slung any poop on you.
I didn't actually I didn't go into any of the pods. I just talked to that one class, and those guys are almost out, so they were being super cool and very attentive. It was like, man, it's pretty cool. They were asking questions and everything. I think I'm gonna do more talks at prison. I mean, they like me there.
There you go.
I mean, you know what? I mean, I can go to prisons, and they really look up to me at prisons.
I mean, they let people do stand-up shows. Jelly Roll did a concert in prison. Like, maybe you could go there and, do a little radio show, Bubba, and bring these people some light.
You could do like a Bubba Palooza warm-up. Try out your new material.
You know what I could do? As I start to promote the doc deal.
Yeah.
I can start with prisons.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Hillsborough County one and Pinellas.
Work my way up to maybe Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn.
That would be but
I got to start in prisons.
Be a great place to have a watch party.
Oh, it would be.
With the documentary.
It would be. I'm in the prison, ladies and gentlemen, and my new documentary, 3-part series, and we're going to go ahead and watch all 3 parts with the prisoners
with
here.
real criminals, and they're going to tell you if I'm a criminal or not.
Right, exactly. And then afterwards, you interview each guy. Hey, man, what did you think? Man, I think Bubba's a real piece of shit still.
They should have shown more of that header bitch beaver.
They should have shown more of that header bitch, man. That's what I'm saying. What if Bubba give me a shot at this girl now? You know what I'm saying?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Wish I was rich so I could have a house in Orlando too.
That's great, period. Try not to step on any migrants sleeping in the street.
Oh, man.
You got someone driving by Home Depot?
No, someone said that the nurse used to work with says that she's in Jersey, hanging out in Newark and Jersey City and went to Chinatown, and she's in New York, but
Where is Senator Gus Travis?
freezer. Thank you. I've been throwing the ball to nobody.
Poor little drunk Chinese kid.
He had to open his eyes more, he would have seen it didn't open there.
Going up.
Look, I see.
They're like, we're gonna get beaten when we go home.
I can't believe all the errors for the Little League World Series. I think they'd be better than that.
Yeah.
She ain't good to nobody. You do the ball to
When was the
nobody.
first baseman ran up? I mean, technically you work on that. If it depends on where it hit by the pitcher, the first baseman shouldn't have come up. they'll say the same thing. Why do you throw it to no one? What if that's the play they worked on? Then the first baseman had his duty was to go first, or not charge the ball. You know, because when it hits to a certain part of the field, then the pitcher goes to first.
Right, I understand. Just didn't coordinate that one right.
Pitcher did it right. The first baseman messed up because I think it was past. It was more towards the line.
Who the fuck was he throwing to? An apple mic, dermatologist can do it, or I can do it.
Hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Will you send me the fish on the J Bass picture?
Yes.
People really like the new Tuttle.
I didn't know there were two.
If you guys go to the Bubba Army on Instagram, there's a picture of Bubba talking to the jailhouse guys. Best comment gets a follow back. I followed about 12 people so far.
Rudy Jones.
Yo, Lummy had a fantasy draft last night.
How'd you do?
Yahoo gave me a D and said I was going to finish last and be 2-12.
Nice.
You take a lot of
5.
That's what Yahoo thinks about the Bears.
Are there more than 5 that aren't walk-ons?
Bears?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got drafted like Caleb Williams as the backup quarterback. I drafted DJ Moore, who's fine. I drafted DeAndre Swift. I drafted their defense. And
Did Caleb start?
Yeah.
He's supposed to start, right?
Oh yeah.
And they're tight end or no?
No, Roma
Who's the wide
do.
receiver?
I drafted the rookie wide receiver in case DJ Moore gets hurt. So yeah.
I got him low.
Yeah, I got him like with one of the last picks.
Yeah.
And I took Nick Chubb because he's going to be out.
Guy from North Carolina, that rookie, third overall pick, he looked pretty good.
Wait, who?
The third overall pick for the Patriots.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Fish on the J, 25 for the PayPal. Thank you, Fish on the J. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Lummy, much love to Fish on the J that provided us with a really nice looking pass.
Yeah, I took him all day Sunday.
What, to get a small enough one?
Yeah. So I think I was
because you couldn't get a big old honker and put it in here because it would literally eat all the bluegills, would it not?
Yes, it would.
That looks kind of like maybe I'm not a fisherman, but I showed it to Subo and he's like, well, no, goddamn, it'd be fine.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
But I'm like, man, that looks a little big for some of the things that how big a fish can this thing eat? As big as the bluegills that I've caught that I've caught out there, Lummy, or smaller? Like he can't.
Smaller. They'll catch the smaller ones, and it would just give time for the other bluegills.
What?
It will give time for the other bluegills, the bigger ones, to keep growing.
Now, eventually, does one bass turn into two? Do we know? Is this a male or a female, or are fish? Are fish, Dan? What's the category when
hermaphrodites?
An animal can have, like it's
like frogs sometimes can do that. Yeah, sometimes amphibians can do that.
Isn't it mostly in the fish industry?
Fish and flowers.
Yeah, fish and flowers are about the only things that don't really need intercourse.
And reptiles sometimes.
Oh, to get pregnant, right? They just get pregnant. Like, did their body just get them pregnant? Like
It's bizarre because
do
sometimes
snake-
their body will transform from one to another.
Do snakes intercourse?
Yes, snakes have sex.
They do. Snakes have and alligators
they have eggs, but yes, they fertilize the eggs.
But a bass, I don't think a female bass has to go to a male bass and have him knock her up. I think.
I think that usually in fish, like the female will lay eggs and then the male will swim over and then sperm them.
Oh, can you imagine if that's the way it was in our society, where the women had to lay an egg, Lummy, and then we had to go sperm the egg? You'd just be sperming the hell out of that. I mean, do you like the more sperm, is it just one fish per egg laying, or can 10 fish come in there and drop sperm?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Well, like with grouper, they're hermaphrodites, but the first 3 years of their life, they spin in circles in schools, and then the males are above them, just dropping their seed on them.
Mm.
Oh, nice.
That'd be a nice concept too. Girls are below us, and we're just dropping seeds on them all day.
So all the girls on the first floor and all the guys are on the balcony on the second floor,
and we're just dropping seeds.
Dropping seeds.
Just dropping seeds.
That's not romantic. You can't touch any hooters from all the way up there.
That's very romantic.
That's why our the way we reproduce is pretty cool, because it's pretty pleasurable. If we were just up on we're just on the second floor over there masturbating and on top of women's heads,
gunning girls.
That's not satisfying at all.
It's entertaining, but not satisfying.
There is probably a planet out in the galaxy where that is the way that they reproduce.
They reproduce like
yeah.
So when you're teaching, whatever planet that would be, when you're teaching little Johnny how to reproduce.
You start from like 20 stories up, and then when you really just go 5 stories up, then you're really good.
So
then.
when your pa is teaching you how to do that, for when you're 11 or 12, you're like maybe 15, 20 stories up. You don't have the proficiency and aim that the seasoned veteran does.
Yeah, Pa really loves you when he takes you up to the Sears Tower and he tries to show you.
Yeah, and all the girls learn how to baby bird.
Oh my goodness.
So let me.
That's a really bad planet that exists out there.
It's a great planet, man.
I mean, fish do it. That's the way fish. Let me say, some fish where the female, like grouper, the girls swim, deeper than the boys, and the boys are just up there laying seed.
Let's just hope the aliens aren't from that planet, Seth.
I know.
Then after like a certain size, then they turn into a male, and
so let me. What happens to this bass? Is this bass gonna have baby bass?
So I think that's a male. That's a male bass.
Oh, well, we doomed ourselves.
And we're gonna have to get a female bass.
Really?
So bass aren't hermaphrodites?
No.
They're boys or girls?
Yeah.
Well, we gotta get a female one, or we're doomed.
Yeah, Fish on Jay said he's working on it. So a female will just
be a smaller one.
How do you check?
That's the dorsal fin. It's whether it's pointy or curved. That one's that's pointy.
All right,
how do we know they're gonna bang? Like, what if they're not?
They have to bang.
What if they don't like each other?
Well,
Doesn't
too
matter.
bad.
They're not like you and Phoebe, okay? I mean, they're fish. It's instinctual, okay? And that's what you need to start telling.
It's instinctual for me too, but not for women.
But what I'm trying to say is, you need to bamboozle Phoebe into thinking that it's instinctual for you to be this horny.
Well, she knows it's instinctual, but she doesn't care. That's the problem.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about my instincts and my basic desires as a human being, man.
You need to tell her, listen, honey, you're even colder than fish, because even fish care about getting the guy laid, so again, you're cold as a fish. Maybe that's the expression when they say she was a fish in bed.
No.
Like, Lemmy, you've heard that.
Of course.
I've heard that term before. Dan, have you?
Oh, I sure have.
She was maybe that reverts back
like
to the way nature really is, because maybe girl fish don't really get into it.
Hey, you ever been thrust in a way so hard that you got to take a breather?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Oh, I know you don't move, Bubba. I know she just gets on top of you.
Well, no, I mean, I on top is one of my preferred positions, but I like to gorilla. I really do. That's like,
Dan, you said
my
yes.
special move.
Yes,
Okay.
I've been tired.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't
happens
dying.
sometimes.
You mean were you going like doggy style and you got worn out?
No, I just was like, oh my! I felt like I just was running on the treadmill full speed, and I was like, I need a breather, and she looked at me like I was crazy, and I'm like,
So she's sitting there, finally agreed
she's
to
like,
get
"Look,
some, and next thing you know, now you're out of breath.
I mean,
she finally agrees to give you some, and you pull the "I got bad cardio" gimmick.
It's like sometimes you cramp up.
No wonder she's not attracted to you. You're pulling up lame when she's finally offering you that sweet little Phoebe booty. You're pulling up lame on the girl. So now she's gonna start thinking insecure thoughts because she's not good enough.
When you're pumping and thrusting away, it's like you're just you don't even know that you're doing it. And you're just going, and then you realize you stop and you're like, okay, like I can't just keep going.
Why not?
I need to say,
Need a breather?
I need yes. It's like hockey. It's like I get in there for one hard shift. The shifts are like a minute and a half. Then put me back on the bench.
You start getting rubber legs, and you got to build that lactic acid out of your legs.
And
again.
I'll be ready again in 4 minutes. Just
You can camouflage that, Seth, by just saying, let's switch positions.
Yeah, or at that point, Seth, at that point you start doing some oral, on
You
her.
can't breathe. You can't do oral. You can't breathe.
Well, no, but you can catch your breath on
So
oral.
breathe through your nose, I guess.
We'll do the two-finger cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I mean, you see, if you had mastered my most famous technique, the two-fingered cul-de-sac, then Seth, you could switch that in while you're getting your breather in.
Yeah,
and which is providing her just an unbelievable amount of pleasure. As you're doing, this move is, anybody who's done the two-fingered cul-de-sac technique correctly will tell you it's a game changer.
I told her, I was like, they even take breaks in porn. They just edited it out, okay?
But see, if you would just incorporate the two-fingered cul-de-sac.
I know, I'm just
switch around, put her on top, let her do the work, dude. Take a breather.
I know.
Breather.
I know.
Take a bubber?
That's
I
what
said I was going to take a breath and a breather. I said take a brother.
I know, Dan. Trust me, that's what I wanted to say.
All right.
Why
and
didn't
instead I'm
you?
out there. Instead I'm on the bench dying. That's better.
So and at that point, I got to think that she's not really having it. Like this is
no,
ridiculous.
it all blew up.
She's like, oh my god, I'm finally giving you something doggy style the way you like it, and you're having you went your cardio got you out of the game. You can no longer pump me sweetly.
Time to start running and swimming again, Seth.
Yeah.
And then she's like now she's losing interest.
Yeah.
She's like, man, maybe I'm not as good as I used to be. Maybe I don't do it for him anymore. And he's let himself go, and he can't go 5 good straight minutes of just a nice hard intercourse. Back in the day, we used to go for hours. Now we're going for minutes. Oh, I'm sorry.
5 minutes.
Is that all you want?
Is that a marathon? 5 minutes?
5 minutes. And I'm just getting warmed up at 5 minutes.
Is that a long time or a short time?
That's a short. It's a very, very unsatisfying, non-fulfilled short time.
Oh, okay.
Your woman can't get what she needs in 5 minutes. Girls are long play when it comes to the orgasm. You got to really finesse that out of most women. They just don't get them real quick.
Yeah, no.
She's not.
Flick it with your finger a couple times,
So
and boom.
That means she's not getting hers. Which at that point, there's like, what incentive is it for her to want to dole out the said
to keep her man happy?
I know,
that's her problem.
But her man can't keep her happy.
Yeah,
can't deliver the steam that she needs.
Yeah, well, she can always take a magic wand later.
So anyway, there's our male fish, and I don't know if we're
careful
gonna,
before I treat you like a fish.
If we're gonna get a female one or not, let's hope that Fish in the J gets it's a female one.
Yeah,
that or not, this is just gonna be a fat ass male that doesn't reproduce.
And let's make sure this bass can thrust without needing to take a rest. Okay?
Yeah, well, he looks like a thruster. This guy's ready to go.
He does.
Yeah. Look at that guy. Big mouth. Big. Where's is his penis down there? Where?
Yeah, it tends to be.
Yeah.
And does he have to back up? Like, do they have to? Like, they're swimming, and they're having to keep water through their gills, so they stay alive. So, like, does he get on the side? Does he scissor her?
Fish can get water through their gills while remaining motionless.
Okay.
Sharks can't.
All right. So
that's the difference.
How do sharks do it?
They got to keep swimming.
They have to keep swimming.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy here, he just let me kind of like that. Have you seen those jet refuelers in midair?
Oh, yeah.
Like the MacDill has some of these refueler big tanker planes, and they fly real high, and then they send down this probe down to the fighter jet, and it like sticks it in the gas tank, and it pumps it full of fuel, and then it can just fly off.
Yep.
That's probably like how fish do it. This guy's got like one of those refueler penises, and he just sends it on down the line. It hooks into her deal, and he blows his fish sperm.
Oh,
and
man.
On fertilizer. But
exactly. I mean, the bluegills, the women lay up to like 50 to 60,000 eggs every week.
Whores.
I know they are.
Every week?
Yes. Depends on their age and
but
size.
bluegills, they don't have to physically have sex. To me, you said that the male bluegills run like they're like made those helicopters that do fire suppressing.
Or the crop dusters.
Yeah, I mean,
crop dusters.
the males just come in and crop dust the eggs, and they lay a load of fish sperm, and then hopefully it gets into one of the eggs.
Actually, the bluegill male are kind of betas. They have to stay and watch the eggs and the little babies while the females go out and lay more eggs from more dudes.
All right, so the females go out and get laid by more dudes, or get fertilized by more dudes, and the dudes, if you get bigger, you got to stay around and watch the babies.
Yeah.
While your girl's going out and getting fertilized.
Yeah, they're like the grandmothers in the hood.
Thank God that ain't like today's society. I got to sit here and watch the kids while my wife goes out and gets fertilized. That would really suck, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
She comes back. She goes, "So I want to let you know that fertilization was far better than one I had with you yesterday."
Oh, great.
And I'm like, "Oh, where's that bluegill guy? I'm gonna kick his ass." Go to a bluegill fight. I did learn that on the Blizzard podcast that Brian Matroni likes toddler fights. Now, I didn't even know such a thing existed.
I didn't know either, but apparently people are not happy with him over that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's about all he could fight.
I mean, Dan,
What? Come on.
Let's be nice to our fellow.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, so now I got tunnel rules?
No, not tunnel rules, but
No, Brian's got the rules, Dan. Brian has 6 rules.
Oh.
And how did he feel about that?
He feels great about it, Bubba. He wants more.
He didn't have 6 rules.
He has 6. Yeah. He said, "Let me send him 6 rules."
Lummi, does he have 6?
He said, "Let me send him the rules and the audio to listen to."
Lummi, did you? I don't know that I established 6. Did I?
I think it was 5.
5?
I think so. Yes.
Do you have them written down?
I sent them over to him. I just sent the audio over to him.
Yeah, that just doing half your dirty work right there. Just listen to Bubba ramble on about how much he doesn't like you and the things that irritate.
I mean, pretty
rather
much.
than being the executive producer, a good one, and saying, "Hey, Brian, after listening to this video, to this audio, you will see that Bubba doesn't like the 5 following things. Let's please work on that." No, instead you're just like, "Listen to this tape. It'll explain it all."
Well, I just followed your directions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you said don't worry about it. Make sure or send the audio to him and don't tell him anything because you want to see if he actually listens to it.
Oh. Now, can you tell me what the 5 things are? I need to probably be reminded because maybe I don't feel the same. Maybe I was running a little hot that day, maybe a little prickish.
There's a couple no talking about Spice Boy.
Okay, I want to stand by that, yes.
No Calta.
Okay, yeah.
No Blitz Anna.
Yeah.
And no Tyler.
Yeah, I think
those are your 4.
Dan, do you find that, like...
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, is that, and Seth, you're obviously the closest with Brian. Latest edition of the Blizzard podcast starring Seth Kushner and Brian Matroni. Very good podcast, hour and 5 minutes long.
It's going to be I think it's going to be a new thing.
I hope so.
Brian made a Manson and Spice joke to end the podcast. I don't have any rules on the podcast, Bubba. I didn't know if I have to implement your 5.
No. Did you guys discuss? I listened.
Yes,
to all.
we talked about him getting the email from Lummi and that it's funny how you have your meetings with people.
I didn't get to that part yet. I'm almost there. I got like about another 20 minutes.
Okay, it's an easy listen, baby.
I'll listen to Rat because I'm sure he gives me an idea as to how he feels about these.
Yeah, and then he gave me a Manson and Spice joke, and then I go, "We're ending this podcast," and I ended it immediately when he made that joke.
Perfect. It's the Blizzard podcast. On wherever you in any place that you get your podcast, type in the Bubba Army, whether it's Spotify, iHeart, Apple, iTunes, it doesn't matter. I mean, our YouTube channel at the Bubba Army.
Yes, it is.
And our YouTube channel has been getting a lot of people have been clicking through that to get to the podcast. So we get credit no matter what if you go through the YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel, of course, at the Bubba Army. Congratulations to Lummi and Rad and everybody that participates on providing content. Well, I guess I would say thank you to everybody because everybody participates in providing content for our YouTube channel. We hit 117,000 followers.
Phoebe's Plugola Diamonds, $10 super chat.
Phoebe's Plugola Diamonds.
Says love you, Seth.
I think I talked about on the podcast about how I got
her diamond for plugolas.
I got a trade from Golden Diamond Center to get her engagement ring.
That's on point. That's on brand.
I mean, if they're going to give you, thousands of dollars to just talk about them on the air, I mean, why would you not take that deal?
I've been living my whole career by that.
Yeah.
I'm kudos for the shakedown, my friend. So, Lummy, we were talking about J-Lo.
Yes.
And, she has got to be the most impossible. She's got to be like the Dan Diaco of bitches. Just really high-strung, really needy. Really arrogant, really just I'm the best, you suck. I'm just saying, right?
It's got to be getting worse as she gets older, too.
You don't think that Taylor Swift may have an ounce of that, too, who's been through, 30 public relationships?
But Taylor's not dumb enough to get married. See, J-Lo, obviously, J-Lo's got that codependent need where she feels if she, society looks down upon her if she's a single woman and that she must be in a relationship to validate her inner securities along with worried about what society thinks about her. Obviously, that's her. And I think there's a certain amount of, I think she's a mark. I think she's a little bit of a mark.
For what, these celebrity dudes?
Yeah, I think she's a little bit of a cleat chaser, if you will.
I'm a big fan of hers.
Lummy, if we were to go through J-Lo's, I didn't know that she was married this many times. Her first marriage was her supposed high school sweetheart. They've been dating since they were 15. They were together. This might be her longest relationship of all. Was her first one with this dude. This dude's name is David Cruz. And they were from 1984 to 1994.
Oh.
She was married to this dude.
Wait, when she was 15,
the singer started dating her first love when she was 15, and the couple stayed together for 10 years. This might be this guy's the least known of J-Lo's husbands, but he might be maybe the one that was in it for the right reason, that he actually loved her. Right?
Yeah.
Because she was nothing when she was...
He loved the 15-year-old Jenny from the block.
Then her next boyfriend was Wesley Snipes.
Did not know that one.
I did not either. Now, was she married? Was she...
No, this is a date. She dated him.
Jennifer and Hollywood actor briefly dated after meeting on the set of Money Train, which featured J-Lo's first sex scene. Oh, no. Who did she have? I didn't know that.
Wesley Snipes, I believe.
Oh, really? So a sex scene could turn into...
They always tell you never fall in love with your first sex scene in Hollywood.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Then here comes the I didn't know who this dude was.
And she married him.
She married this dude?
Yeah, he was a waiter.
He looks like a bulkier younger version of Prince, does he not?
No, but yeah.
What is his name?
Was she going through the phase where she wanted to date a regular guy?
I think it looks like it.
What's his name? Oshinoji? I mean, I can't. Ojani Noah?
Yeah, she has this proclivity for guys with 3-button suits and 4-button suits.
The Miami waiter and Jennifer were married for just 1 year before filing for divorce. In 2006, she sued her first husband. Now, is this her first husband?
It looks like, I thought that other guy was, but it looks like this one is.
So the other dude was just...
They were just dating.
So Snipes and her were just dating.
Yes.
And this dude, no, hold on. Yeah, they were just dating. This is her first husband. She said that she sued him after he threatened to release a tell-all about their relationship. Man, Dan, if your marriage separation agreement didn't have any, language saying that you couldn't say, do a tell-all, one would think that legally you could, right? Maybe? I don't know.
You probably could. He was probably stupid enough to cave in.
What does she have people sign? Because you really don't hear a lot about really anything about her after a relationship's done.
It says this guy went on to say that after her and Ben got married this past time in July of 22, he said, I wish her and Ben the best, but I'm not convinced it will last. Well, he was right. This guy really knows her. Jen loves being in love, but she's been engaged 6 times. Ben's is husband number 4. I was husband number 1, and she told me I was the love of her life. Well, we lay in bed on our wedding night, and we would be together forever.
Okay, buddy.
Of course.
Well, that lasted from 1997 to 1998, so
yeah,
forever's different for everybody.
He said, we fell in love when she was already famous, but during our relationship and our marriage, she became a megastar. For years, it was too painful to talk about. Okay. I wanted to lay low and I wanted to lie low and live my life. But when she got married to Ben, who's a cool guy, the feelings came flooding back. Oh, so is he saying that
he's probably
he was still married to her, I mean, he was a waiter, then he was J-Lo's husband, and now he's probably a waiter again. We can all pray that it happens to AOC, but it's not the thing that's going to happen to most people. You know?
Then she went on to Tommy Mottola, who was like the record label executive for like Sony or something like that. After his divorce from Mariah Carey, the music executive had a fling with J-Lo, who had just split for her husband. So, remember Tommy Mottola was married to Mariah Carey. He left or divorced her and then started tapping J-Lo. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for a dude.
For him, yeah.
I mean, we can sit here and hate on dudes all we want, but that's pretty pimp.
Strong.
You get a divorce from Mariah Carey and you start tapping J-Lo.
I'm sure she really loved Tommy Mottola for Tommy Mottola.
Oh, yeah. then J-Lo did
He's
her.
talking like a champ.
This is when I actually think that she looked the hottest, when she was with P. Diddy. Look how hot she looks there.
She's probably, late 20s, early 30s?
I don't know.
Do you think they were like drugging people and doing all that stuff he's been accused of back then?
No, hell no. She wasn't. She was just, Jenny from the Block. The Bad Boy rapper dated Jenny from the Block for 2 years. However, their relationship could not handle the strain of his court case from the nightclub shooting. So I guess when he was on trial
for murder,
she's out.
Yeah.
She didn't stand by her man.
Shine had to take the rap for him.
Who did?
Shine.
Did Shine take? Did Shine?
Yeah, Shine went to jail,
but he didn't fire the bullet.
He did it.
Lummy. Then we go on to Chris Judd.
Yes,
Jennifer moved from Diddy with her backup dancer. The couple tied the knot. She was married to this Chris Judd dude for 2 years. Their divorce was finalized in 2003, months after the Booty singer went public with Ben Affleck. So she went from this dude to Ben Affleck.
That relationship's important, Bubba, because that shows that not all backup dancers are gay, and that should be a lesson to all men out there.
Right.
They need to know that.
There's two different messages.
A backup dancer will steal your hoe,
unless that's the reason they got divorced.
He found out who he really was.
She caught him in bed with another guy.
Dan does think that J-Lo could probably turn a man gay.
I think she's looked really beautiful sometimes, and another time she's looked less than really beautiful.
Okay, let's take looks out of it.
Okay.
She's got to be a handful. I mean, to be able to run through men like that. I mean, she's just got to be almost borderline impossible.
At this point, I think she's 55 now. I say at this point, yeah. I'd say her expectations are probably quite high.
Ben Affleck was like what? Husband 4? Bennifer was the ultimate Hollywood couple in the early 2000s. After Ben and Jen met on the set of Gigi in 2001, they struck up a friendship and then started dating each other the following summer. Is Jay in here?
Yes, Jay just walked in.
Do you know why I know?
The glow?
Smell.
The high karate. He's got the Jay Diaco high karate going.
Alpha.
And that's not alpha. Alpha's not.
Alpha.
No, it's not. It's not alpha. You're just trying to get heat with me. Take heat off of your high.
That's what my father used to wear.
Take heat off your high karate. Joe's high karate is what we'll start calling it. Joe's
Old Spice.
Joe's high karate. However, just 4 days before the nuptials, they called off the wedding amidst an excessive media. So I didn't know that the first time they got married, they called it off.
Yeah.
And then got married.
Yeah, back in 2004, they called it off.
Dan, why do I feel as if you were very, very, very famous that we'd be having the same timeline? Like, why do I feel that, just a plastic surgeon and a doctor, makes you to be a certain way, but like if you were super, super, super rich or super, super, super famous, I think you probably would have been married 4 or 5 times by now.
It'd be like Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah. And what guy in Hollywood, like who's been be Warren Beatty or who's been the dude that ran through the bitches?
DiCaprio.
But I don't know that he married him though.
He didn't marry. I know.
The old guy that did the interviews
Wasn't Johnny
with the
Carson
suspenders, with the suspenders?
Wasn't Johnny Carson married like 7 times? Something like
Yes.
that?
He had like 5 or 6 divorces. Absolutely.
Yeah, he might be the.
Yeah, he was.
You might want to look
He
into
was
that.
looking at he was thinking about Larry King.
Larry King had a bunch.
Yeah, Larry King had like 6 or 7. And then J-Lo went to the Mark Anthony dude. I think this might be the first dude she had kids with.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yes.
And he was a singer. It made sense. Hopefully their children would be musically inclined.
And Larry King was number 1 with 8 divorces.
How about that?
Who?
Larry King.
Larry King. Then J-Lo went from Mark Anthony to this dude, and I know you know who this dude
He was
is.
a backup dancer. I remember that one.
J-Lo rebounded with a much younger dancer after her divorce from Mark Anthony, and the couple dated on and off for 5 years, officially calling it quits in 16. And then she went to this guy.
Oh wow!
Who I didn't even know who this dude was. Is this another one? Is this another dancer?
Yeah, he looks like Tim Tebow.
But this guy's Dancing with the Stars dancer.
That's what he looks like.
They hooked up.
Dan
in
would wear that outfit.
14.
If you could dance well, wouldn't you wear that, Dan?
That looks like a Brian outfit more than a Dan outfit.
No, that's a
Why
Dan
you gotta bring
outfit.
Brian in it. That looks
It's not
like
a
you.
Brian
He
outfit.
wears all
That's-
those colors.
No, but you got
nothing that tight.
So it was black.
That's a Dan outfit. Good call, Jay. And then this dude.
Oh no, Drake!
Drake got there.
She was with Drake.
What?
For a whole year.
Drake's a man.
Drake, and you know Drake was just clout chasing at that point, trying to get some the J-Lo
No,
rub.
she was.
He
She
didn't
wanted.
fall into the marriage pit. He knew better.
Then Alex Rodriguez, they actually were married, were they not?
No, they got engaged and then they broke it off.
And they were together all this
He
kind
was
of.
cheating on her with Jose Canseco's ex.
Yes.
Yeah. And then back to J-Lo.
Look at Ben. Look, what's
So-
up with Affleck? He looks so mad.
He does.
He always looks angry, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got to be angry. You can't look that way and not be angry all the time.
I wonder why he dumped her.
I think she dumped him.
Yeah, supposedly he was cheating with RFK Jr.'s daughter. That's the rumor.
For real?
Yeah.
That's the new rumor.
That's
out.
the story right there.
No more of that story.
I just accidentally erased the Zuckerberg deal. Can you resend that to me? And we get to it next?
Pretty amazing.
All right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
The one that says Meta, the third tab.
Oh, hold on. Right here.
Yeah.
You got it. Thank you.
I just saw you're gonna be blown away by this. It's absolutely infuriating.
What year did it take place?
2020. The 51 security people, all that stuff, all of it. Morning, guys.
Bulldog Tommy, 50 months, BDM 38 months. Bulldog Tommy.
Double XL Gaming, good morning. Mickey Rooney. I want to look that one up. Mickey Rooney had 8 too, they said. You get in a fight over the weekend, Bubba?
No.
Oh. You down on X? I just didn't get in a fight. The fuck with you about ultimate X. Zsa Zsa Gabor, that's another one, you're right. 9. That's technically, because the first one was annulled. That's what he said. Elizabeth Taylor, 6. I think she was 6. Mickey Rooney was 8 as well. What's up, my cat? Morning.
You tell got that yoga locked in.
You got what?
The yoga. For when we're in Orlando.
So if you're a baseball fan, you know who Jimmy Butler is?
Jimmy Butler?
Yeah.
You said basketball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just became the largest investor in my tequila company this week.
No shit.
Jimmy Butler from the Miami Heat.
That's fucking awesome, man.
That's real, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super psyched about it.
Fuck, man.
What's that?
Jimmy Butler bought into this tequila company. Big time.
Yeah.
Bought into.
Biggest investor in our company.
Are we going to some Heat games this year or what?
We're going to have to figure that one out, right? I like it. What up, Grouper Lips? How you doing, buddy? Steve.
Yeah, I think he's making about $40 million a year. So
That's all?
Yeah.
So he's got a little tequila cheese?
That's just for basketball. Who knows what else he's into?
That's just from his contract, not from his endorsements?
Yeah, that's just his contract.
So that's got to put on, I bet you, 50, 60 all day long with everything else he does.
Oh, I'm sure.
What's up, Ned's Herbs? His Herbs?
I gotta pitch my baseball card shop to Jimmy Butler.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Today's after show is the Clem Kush podcast. Seth and I will record that right after the show today. It'll be up probably by, 1 o'clock.
Did they move your table up there?
Did they move what?
Your podcasting table was centered underneath the Bubba Army sign. Now it's like in the corner.
Yeah, I think Mach moved it around when we did the Bubba 199. He had some turntables on it.
Oh, okay.
And we had to move a couch here and there. It would have been good for maybe Seth, the Operation Pigmentation visual show. Maybe you should have done from up there.
Well, I don't think it's okay.
I don't think it's ready.
That's a lovely answer.
No, I don't think it's ready. I don't think we're ready, right? Because we would have to reconfigure the couches and things like that. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it.
No, but I mean, I want to start gravitating things.
I have an idea for that. I'll talk to you after the show.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, what's up with our app? I see various novels being sent back and forth with you and Mike Rowe and Macho Man and Tom Bean and a bunch of people. I think our app is all in beta testing right now.
Yes.
And it's looking like maybe 2 weeks at the long, maybe by 2 weeks we'll have our new Bubba Army app.
Yes, we will. That's the plan.
Do you think that's going to make a significant difference?
Huge difference.
Just for people to huge difference.
Yes.
Fantastic.
It will fix a lot of things that people are talking about now with the current Bubba
A lot of
HQ.
things that are pissing people off will be remedied by the new app.
Yes, it
Boy,
will.
that's nice. Wouldn't it be nice to get a few, hey, man.
Everything's going great.
You guys are great. Don't change a thing.
Yep. That was perfect.
Dan's good. Bubba's good. Seth and the Blizzard's good. Lummy's good. Everything's great. I don't hate anything about the show. I pretty much like the show.
I actually did get one of those last night that said everybody's doing a great job at the BRN. I got on Twitter.
You got that on Twitter?
No,
That's
I'm saying
amazing.
somebody sent me a DM. Just
something positive.
Yeah,
Lummy, did you guys see the email that went to the show page? It was a woman named, was it Cindy Williams or some woman from California that's about our.
I think it is.
What?
I think Vicky.
Vicky Williams. I
Yes,
think.
Vicky Williams.
She's like, I'm a solid Californian. Been listening for a long time. Still listen daily. Sincerely, California, Cindy Williams.
Oh, she said also that not everyone's a liberal in California.
That's for sure.
Speaking of which, California-based Mark Zuckerberg. Now, does he admit?
Yes.
He wrote a letter which...
he wrote a letter to Jim Jordan of Congress, and he admitted to everything. COVID, censorship. He actually used the word censorship.
I sent you the letter.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. The Hunter Biden thing.
Is it part of this story? Let me know the letter.
Fox updated this story I'm looking at now. So this is not even part of it.
This is about AI.
Yeah, it's about this. They Fox updated it.
So
and
I should just
changed
get rid of I should get rid of that.
Correct.
Get rid of this.
Yes.
And go over that.
And that's the letter.
But this isn't nearly as fun. It doesn't have a.
I'm trying to find a video of it.
Mark Zuckerberg just admitted 3 things. One, that Biden-Harris administration. Hold on. I don't want anybody to think I'm over here sucking Trump D.
Nope.
Jiggling his balls. I don't want anybody to think that. All the bad things that you think about it.
No reach around.
I just want to let you know that all I'm doing is reading what has been posted by Meta.
And what was all over the news this morning, Bubba.
And in particular, Mark Zuckerberg's very own words. That's what I'm reporting. I ain't reporting. None of this is my opinion. So Mark Zuckerberg just admitted to 3 things. Biden-Harris administration pressured Facebook to censor Americans. Facebook censored Americans. Facebook throttled the Hunter Biden laptop story. So that's what
monumental for First Amendment.
That's what he
stuff.
admits to.
Yep. And it goes into COVID, too. He admits to being pressured by the government to suppress COVID stories, including satire and parody about COVID. So if you had any opinion, like we thought the whole time, that was counter to the narrative, they were shutting you down. Whether you were a private person, whether you were a public person, you were demonetized, deplatformed. It is the worst example of censorship I hope we ever experience in our lives. But I believe it's happening again.
I sent you a video, Bubba. I'm trying to find.
How could you? We could absolutely reasonably expect it to be happening right now.
But for Elon Musk buying X, we would not know a lot of things going on. And where is this being posted?
Well, and then the other thing is that there's, the guy from Telegram, I guess is in CEO in France. Mm-hmm. Telegram being another, not nearly as popular.
Oh, it's got millions of followers.
But it's not near. I mean, if you look at X and Facebook, Telegram is a mosquito with regards to how behemoth X and Facebook is. But Telegram is, a very much followed and very much used app in communication and social media. It's called Telegram. And I think it's based out of France, or the CEO lives in France, and French officials arrested the CEO of Telegram, I think just maybe yesterday or the day before.
2 days ago, yep.
For, speech violations of people and the things that they're saying on his platform.
We have no idea how precious our freedom of speech is and how sacred it is and how it is not available in all countries.
Well, it's not even available by all means here. Meaning like if Mark Zuckerberg, is admitting to not adhering to our First Amendment, and I don't think it's illegal in any way, shape, or form because he's a private company and he can have rules within his company. One would think that he would not be this way, but at the end of the day,
Mark Zuckerberg admitting
I don't think they can get him for anything legally.
No.
Because it's his company. It's a private company. It's not the government. It's not the judicial system. It's not the law enforcement community where a guy's on the side of the corner and they're arresting him.
But they can regulate him, and so under the fear of government regulation, they tell you to do things, and they do it. And so then it becomes an agent of the government. And so even though Zuckerberg's admitting this 4 years later, that affected the outcome of the election.
But could, let's say you've admitted to doing this, and it potentially may have affected elections or people's
livelihoods.
I don't know. I mean,
livelihoods
is there potentially, Jay, a civil side to this?
No, they have protection from Congress. What's it called, 320 or whatever their protections are? No, they have zero liability for it.
But on the other flip side, they're saying, whereas I've seen some articles say that Elon Musk, if the Democrats get in office, people are afraid. I'm not saying this is my opinion, but people are saying that potentially they could. Hey, they've pressured Zuckerberg and other people and X before Elon had it into censoring people, the Democrats. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg said the Biden-Harris administration, are the ones that implemented these. I've done these three things and I'm directed by them. If they get reelected, what's stopping them from pulling a French-like arrest of Elon Musk under the guise of their big hotspot of misinformation, not abridging your First Amendment right, but they feel that the information that you're disseminating is misinformation.
Well, there's an argument that if Elon Musk went into Paris, he could be guilty of the same law that they're accusing this guy of being responsible for.
In London.
Exactly.
And England. Great
So
Britain.
just because you don't live there doesn't mean if you don't travel there and if your app is available in that country that they don't yoke you up right there.
Correct.
Right?
Brazil threatened him too.
Scary,
Elon
Bubba.
Musk.
I mean, think about what we went through 11 years ago, and if that could even be done now. I mean, the way that people think about the First Amendment and have zero regard for what the whole purpose is, which is to hear bad things, to hear counter opinions, to hear things which are offensive.
I mean, I'm going to think
that's the whole point.
I got to think this, and I hope that maybe I hope you don't get mad at me for saying this because you're the of record winning lawyer in Clem versus Schnitt. You're the attorney that won, so to speak, right?
No, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, for sure. But do you think the rules may have, and the name-calling sensitivity may be so much more a thing nowadays that we could have potentially, regardless of your brilliant argument and regardless of your brilliant clothes, just because society has changed so much that they could have found me liable for indeed what I said, just because the way things have changed.
I think we would have won at the Supreme Court level, but I absolutely think the jury pool would have been different, Bubba. Think about the potential jurors you would get. It's a 11-year different juror, younger, different mindset, different world outlook, different hurtfeelioma.
Right.
I mean, we use those words. Do they even know what WWE call out is? Your mama jokes? I mean, they don't say those anymore. Remember I said that in my closing argument? It's no different than a your mama joke.
Yeah, that's what Jay said, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't have safe rooms 11 years ago where people would go in safe spaces. None of those things. People were a little sturdier back then.
So I'm saying, Jay, like as brilliant as you were to win it, it really, I mean, your brilliance and your legal knowledge of the law, throw that right out the window. Your jury that you're speaking to is far different today than it was then.
Yeah, but I still think that with the right jury selection and you being the kind of witness that you were and MJ being the kind of witness that he was, we'd still have those same types of arguments, but it would be won and lost in jury selection. That's the reality of it.
But I mean, it's not. It would certainly be more scary today.
Because right now, this should be like
calling somebody's wife a whore.
Exactly.
Really, really, really is a lot. I mean,
it would be front page. I mean, that trial would have been nationwide every day right now. That's the difference in the way society is.
Here's the story of this.
Facebook was pushed by the Biden-Harris administration to censor Americans' content. In a letter, Sent to the House Judiciary Committee, Chairman Jim Jordan, the Meta CEO explained, quote, in 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, and expressed a lot of frustration with our teams when we didn't agree. I believe the government pressure was wrong, and I regret that we were not more outspoken about it. Enes Kanter Freedom is a human rights activist, former NBA player, and he joins me now. Enes, great to see you as always. Rings a little hollow.
Super tall Colton.
Yes, with the big nose.
Hello to me 4 years after the fact. What are your thoughts?
He's an awesome guy.
Thank you for having me. I mean, it's good for him that he finally came out and said something, but I think it's a little too late, buddy. This is an election interference and treason. I hear many people saying that this is a crime against humanity. The question is, I actually want to ask this to our audience, does he actually regret it, or is it because he got caught? I think Meta and Mark Zuckerberg...
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Is he of free will telling us this, or did somebody catch him?
No, he's afraid of getting regulated now, so he's sending it to the Republican, the head regulator guy, Jim Jordan, one of the guys that's up everyone's ass, and saying, hey, look what he's trying to share it with him right before the election so that he can avoid legislation that gets rid of his protections. It's 100% what it is. All shakedowns. It's all power plays. It's ridiculous.
So
he was complicit because of his...
It's basically is he saying, let everybody know what you did to me so you can't do it to me again?
So you can't regulate me. See, I'm innocent. You can't hold me civilly liable or criminally liable because
now I'll just tell everybody.
Right, and then keep my regulations the way they are.
Zuckerberg should be held accountable for interfering in our election. And please do not let him off the hook. They knew what.
So even this guy is like, man, don't let Zuckerberg off the hook. Don't let him not have to answer to this.
It's funny that the party that kept talking about Russia interference in the election and Chinese interference in the election were actually interfering in the election.
Came
the same party
domestically.
The same party that stole 3 primaries from their voters in a row, including this latest primary, by taking the winner of the primary and throwing them on the trash, is telling us how the opposite party is a threat to democracy. These people talk about there was no election interference. The best way to interfere with an election is to
control
the narrative and to hijack the narrative.
Listen, you don't have to control the election only day of the election. You can control the election
for months
by doing very much what Zuckerberg saying he was advised to do. That's controlling the election to an extent.
For sure.
I mean,
and
if you're sending Democratic propaganda through and it has no checks or balances, but all Republican stuff is scrutinized, and some people are that have Republican opinions, very strong opinions, or large followings, get deplatformed.
Yep.
So I mean, you not only cannot spread your pro-Republican, show or content, but we're going to take the whole entire platform away from you. And if you have an opposing opinion about COVID, I mean, again, this isn't my opinion. This isn't me sucking Trump D. This is, testimony by the man that owns the company that did this.
This would be like a German general saying, "Oh, well, Hitler made me do it." It's ridiculous.
I think there was a lot of that.
It's ridiculous.
There was a lot.
There was a lot of that.
Yeah, and they all were killed afterwards in the trials because that's
the
not a valid
Nuremberg
excuse.
trials. Say it, Dad.
Nuremberg trials.
They thought they can expect to get away with it. I mean, this is complete and direct violation of the First Amendment, and it is unacceptable.
For sure.
Well, the mea culpas didn't stop there from Zuckerberg. He also mentioned suppressing information, speaking of, election interference, about Hunter Biden's laptop. But bigger picture here, Enes, what do you make of this?
But hold on. Everybody's going to give Zuckerberg a free pass. He's not going to face any scrutiny or stock prices go down or people jump off Facebook and go to somewhere else. I mean, he's going to get out of here basically unscathed.
Well, and the problem is that what happens on Facebook bleeds over to the mainstream media. And so this is overt censorship by the government. There's also censorship by omission. MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS. If you turn it on right now, they don't show you the same things that you'll see at the other stations, whether it's Fox or Newsmax. And it's a shame that you can't see the actual things that are happening.
The best station to really watch, honestly, is the BBC. The BBC, man, I watch the BBC, and they just go right down the middle. Like they're
pretty even keeled.
They really are
liberal because Britain forces them to be.
They're super liberal.
But they're a little bit more even than you.
They're
like
more
CNN
even. Hold on.
Or MSNBC.
They're more even than anything we got here.
Probably true.
They're more even than anything we got here because everybody's got their little play box their little sandbox that they play in. Everybody knows Fox is right, CNN's left. And then the different CBS, NBC, ABC tend to skew left.
But these types of articles have come out about the BBC as well, like with the whole Russell Brand thing and all that stuff. The BBC was involved in the same type of stuff during the elections over there, during Brexit. They have a government narrative that comes out of BBC, period. That's the truth.
Brexit.
And so you're right that they probably show more of both sides on a daily basis. But their narrative is 100% whatever the British government wants. That's BBC.
General acceptance by the left and the governments that are leftist, if you will, to censor speech and basically to use the government.
Now, I know we're on Fox, but they're covering what Zuckerberg said and did and testified to. And
what's a letter? We can read it ourselves.
Right, exactly.
And the courts, in order to do so. I'm looking at what's happening over in France with the Telegram CEO, and it's almost like if
they literally arrested in France the CEO of Telegram, which is another social media deal, and put him in jail for what I forget what the ruling was. Was it disinformation or
hate speech?
It was allowing people to have a platform to say, and I don't even know that it was hate speech. It was like offend. It was really broad, but that essential thing, hate speech.
Left doesn't agree with something. They're not confident anymore. Just saying, "Oh, we don't like that. Stop it." They're going to use their power to stop it. What do you make of that?
I mean, exactly. They're not confident enough. I mean, I'm so happy that, Elon Musk finally, took over Twitter, and now we can actually have some free speech.
I mean, think about this, man. If Elon Musk had not taken over Twitter, the Alex Jones and the and the Bubba Clems and the Dan Bonaginos and the Donald Trumps and the Alex Jones, they deplatform, including us, a lot of people for various reasons. Yep. And if Elon Musk had not, Twitter is a very powerful, very, very powerful form of social media. And everybody should have, the same rights to say one side or the other and not be deplatformed. I mean, now listen, if you're throwing out child porn and some, of course they should deplatform. There's not total First Amendment immunity, but obscenity and stuff like that.
Indecency is what it is, right? Indecency. But when they deplatform the president of the United States and the chief opponent to the presidency at that time, that was massive. And if Elon hadn't bought X, he'd still be censored. He'd still be deplatformed, and we'd never get anything from him.
We'd never get our X back.
No, we would never.
World, not only in our country, but in our world.
But is Elon the only dude of all the big ones? I mean, what are the big ones? Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube.
So TikTok's owned by the Chinese.
Believe it or not,
and
Pinterest.
everything else is owned by Meta except for X.
Yep.
So it's all Zuckerberg.
This is getting crazy, but to me, this is definitely unacceptable.
Which sounds like a monopoly.
It's not right. Speaking of something that's unacceptable to you, the NBA's relationship with China. Well, those ties are back under the microscope after stars Jimmy Butler, James Harden, Paul George, Kyle Kuzma played in a game in Hong Kong shooting hoops under the Chinese flag, and our government's endorsing it. U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Byrne, stating...
Well, let me ask you a question. What's a big deal?
Well, we're not actively at war with China, so it shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Jimmy Butler and the boys that went over and did an exhibition or played even in China. I mean,
we still want to have to.
I don't think
good relations with them. We don't want to go to war with them.
We don't have to believe in all the things that they're doing, but I mean, I don't think this is that big of. I mean, we certainly don't agree in some of the things that they're doing, but Doesn't mean we can't send our basketball stars over to play an exhibition game.
No, we have open trade with China. Why would that be
basketball
illegal?
is a bridge between Americans and Chinese. Thank you, Jason Collins and Sam Vincent, both former Boston Celtics, for your terrific work in China for the U.S. mission. As a former Boston Celtic yourself, my friend, will the NBA or, quite frankly, the Biden-Harris administration ever acknowledge the true threat that China is to America, or are the Bucks coming in just too nice to ignore?
I think that's
a bridge too far for me.
You know what? Quit sucking Fox D that hard, buddy.
Well, it's just about the Hong Kong and China. That's why.
Whatever. I want to watch Rio and Craig decipher ass. Well, Seth sets up the perfect question. This is available on our YouTube channel. The Operation Pigmentation podcast last week was visual.
Yes, it was.
This is an example of some of the craziness that went down.
Only, guys, of passionate love, Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama?
That's a good question. By the way, Seth, great question. Great question.
One night only, guys, of passionate love, Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama?
Michelle. But if it was going to be a S&M night, Harris.
I never really got a good look at Kamala Harris's. You can't really.
Rio says, I never got a good look at Kamala Harris's ass. I just can't get a good bearing on it.
See it.
But the question was passionate. That's going to be with Michelle.
Well, I'm passionate about that.
I wouldn't want to get hit in the face with Michelle's magic wand.
You were passionate about
I am, but they don't. Neither one of them have. So I got to be passionate about something.
These guys are awesome.
And this goes on all day at the barbershop, by the way. I'm just telling you.
Okay, I agree. Right. But like I said, if I was going to do, some leather and, the ball.
And quite frankly, Seth, I didn't know Rio was a sicko like that. Did you?
No, I've learned about, I learned something new about these guys every time I talk to them.
In your mouth night.
Yeah.
Ball in your mouth night. Yeah, that's what Rio's got going.
The ball in your mouth night.
Yeah.
It'll be with Harris.
Okay.
She looks like she's a lot more freaky.
Yep. Now, if it's going to be, lingerie and some candles and all that. Love making. Michelle.
One night only, guys.
That needs to go viral.
That's funny. Barbershop videos are going viral right now. It's a very big thing to try to get the heartbeat of what's going on with the African-American male. They've had a lot of these interviews over the last week or so.
And where does Rio and Craig stand politically, Seth?
I don't really know. They said that really the president, whoever the president is, doesn't really affect them. It doesn't trickle down to them, but they just aren't fans of being told that they have to vote for a woman of color, as they said, because they said she's not black. They just said they don't want to be told who they're supposed to vote for based off of skin color.
Now, are they at that point saying they're going to vote for Trump?
No, they literally. I don't even think they. They're both felons, or maybe just Rio's a felon. I don't think Craig is. So
they're allowed to vote in Florida again.
Are they? Okay.
Well, hey, Steve Cortez here on the west side of Chicago, Democratic National Convention at United Center. The Democrats, of course, want open borders and want an endless stream of illegal migrants pouring into the United States. This is my new acquaintance, Edwin. Say hello.
My name's Edwin. Nice to meet you.
All right, Edwin is from Venezuela.
Nice to meet you.
And we're going to take Edwin into the DNC so that he can meet the Democrats who want open borders. He should meet his new friends, hear the speakers, and learn about the Democratic Party. So, Edwin, let's head in, shall we?
See.
Right. This is Edwin from Venezuela, migrant, invited in by the Democrat Party. He'd like to come into the Democratic Convention.
You have to get your credentials.
Some credentials.
Yep, you have to go to Jackson.
Yep. Wait, you mean he needs credentials and permission to come in?
Yeah.
To get past the wall?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a border wall in a way, huh?
Yeah. You have to have ID, credentials. He
can come in. To come to the United States?
No.
Not to come to the United States. Okay, but to come to the Democratic Convention.
Here, baby.
Okay. You believe in security. You believe in securing a boundary. Edwin can't come in.
Without credentials.
That's all I know. I commend you on guarding this border. You're doing it very effectively, folks. Good morning.
So is this Edwin trying? Okay, so the DNC credential office.
We would like to get some credentials for Edwin. Come on, Edwin. Edwin is from Venezuela?
I am right.
So we tried to get Edwin into the convention. He's a migrant from Venezuela. No organization, just American. And he's a migrant from Venezuela. Wanted to get into the convention. We figured that we'd love to have migrant from Venezuela come in. They said we need to get credentials, so we're here to get the credentials.
Okay. Has anyone filled out an application for him?
So you have to. There's a process in the application. I mean, he didn't have that at the border.
Okay. I have my own personal lease on
Lord of
this, so I'm not turn the camera off.
Just to be clear, we have been ejected from the DNC credentialing office because we're not permitted to be here. We don't have permission. We didn't go through the application process. It seems like the United States would use similar rules about crossing the U.S. border. DNC doesn't believe in that, but they do believe in it for their own convention.
He's a pleasant kid.
Yeah. Very pleasant Venezuelan. I think they're all like that.
Could he not find anybody else to, humiliate? Just a kid?
This is Edwin. He's from Venezuela. He's a migrant. Democratic Party wants an endless stream of migrants into America, so I'd like him to go and meet his political friends, listen to the speeches, and come in the Democratic convention. Well, you're laughing. He's allowed to come to the United States without identification or permission. Can he come into the DNC?
I don't think the Secret Service is going to go for it, no.
They're not going to go for it? Well, they went for it at the border.
Well, maybe he can get credentials.
How can we help you, sir? We'd like to get Edwin in. The Democratic Party invited him into America from Venezuela. We'd like to get Edwin in to meet his Democratic friends.
Now, they
do you need credentials to go in the United States?
We're done.
Do you need credentials to go in the United States?
You need credentials to pass this point.
So we do need credentials here to get past this heavily armed barrier. Well, Edwin, Kamala Harris has an open border. You're allowed in America. You're not allowed into her party. Oh, well, Edwin, we tried. 2 gates, credentials, 0 for 3. That's a strikeout in BS, see? Today's strikes. We're out.
Podría haber una diferencia.
Same in Caracas, same in Venezuela.
Yeah.
I mean, as outlandish as it may seem, it's,
I sent you because I don't know if you saw it on our Twitter, the Jon Stewart, the minute he was talking about the DNC.
Oh, it was great.
Is there language in it?
It's actually very funny.
I don't think so.
And there's a big cut with Stephen A. Smith cutting a promo on Kamala for not doing any interviews.
He's getting funny.
Find me that. Who's getting fired?
No, he's getting funny. This is actually, he got funny again.
I'm going to say
here.
Stephen A. Smith is unfireable.
No, he's not getting fired. But he actually called out Kamala for not doing any press conferences.
I mean, find me the Stephen A. Smith deal. But Stephen A. Smith would have to kill a family of 15 in order to get fired. He is so.
Yes.
He is so the man. Is that ESPN? His employer, or is that?
Yes.
Yeah, ESPN. And isn't he one of the highest? Him and McAfee are the 2
highest paid.
Does he make as much as McAfee?
He makes a lot.
I'm not sure. I have to look that up.
I think Stephen A. wants $25 million on his new contract. I think McAfee makes a lot more.
I think he wanted to be matched with McAfee.
Yeah, I think it's his argument. I want McAfee type money.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
They had a guy yelling, "Screw the billionaires," followed immediately by a very happy billionaire.
That's isn't that George Soros' son?
No, that's
Jamie
governor
Pritzker.
of Chicago.
J.D. Pritzker.
Or Illinois, I'm sorry.
He's a billionaire?
Yep. Multiple.
Did he Rick Scott his way to the top?
Yep. Sure did.
It's all okay if it's our billionaire. I don't like billionaires, but he's all right. They had guys making fun of people for going to Yale, and a bunch of people who went to Yale. The Democrats had people who prosecuted sexual predators and...
But you know what, man? As much as you want to put that on Clinton, America forgave him, man. Like, America gave Clinton a pass on that deal.
Different time.
I
That
know.
would not happen now.
Oh, I know.
I mean, if Hillary did, we have to, right?
That'd be a good story.
I think that's a good reasoning, yeah. But I don't know, man, if that would fly by today's standards.
No way. The most powerful man in the world with an intern?
Yeah. Watching Jon Stewart from The Daily Show.
There goes that booking.
So I watched a lot of the DNC from Indiana, Larry Plummer's house.
Did you learn anything?
It was hard.
Yeah, I learned a lot.
What'd you learn?
I learned that Pink's daughter can harmonize quite well.
I heard Beyonce's coming.
I heard Beyonce. They were trying to throw a Beyonce is coming kind of deal.
Did make everyone show up and stay.
Did you hear what the explanation was? The
No.
person who they found out that generated the original buzz said her 6-year-old daughter did it. So 6-year-old, I can't spell Beyonce. But the 6-year-old daughter knew to say that Beyonce's going to the DNC, and that's like what everyone's accepted as the explanation.
How come nobody shut it down that day? Like they said, they came out and said
She
that
didn't shut it down.
No, I'm saying Beyonce's team came out the next day and said she was never in Chicago. She was never going to be at the DNC. Like how come nobody did it that day in the middle of all that stuff?
Because they wanted the heat and the promotion and the interest to be peaked, and they kept that rumor alive until Kamala came on stage and took a big dump on it.
Does Beyonce give her approval to go, hey, use me to try
to kind of chum up the waters a little bit?
She's using her song "Freedom."
Yeah,
that's the whole thing. Of course, she's a huge Kamala Harris supporter.
And I mean, but you're right. Why didn't they immediately? Because there was a day. It was well over a day.
It was just like a full. It was like
the whole day, wasn't it? Pretty much started before the convention even started that day. Like early in that afternoon, they were already talking about it, and like the question on the floor from CNN and MSNBC all day was, "What do you guys care about? Is Beyonce coming?
Who's the special guest?"
It was crazy.
Guest. And so again,
we had
the
Dixie Chicks that you got to call the Chicks now.
Well, that's been for a while. They did that like 10 years ago.
Yeah, until George W. Remember they said we hate our president. That's what was the demise of this Dixie Chicks. They were like in England or something, and they said something like how we hate our president.
We're not proud of our president.
But here's the deal. Why shouldn't you be able to say that? Why shouldn't you be able to be at a concert that people have paid to watch you, and it gives you kind of the stage?
They got yoked off every country station.
I know. But it's not even really fair to them.
But they didn't get arrested, and it's those stations' priority or prerogative of whether or not to continue to air them. That's called the free speech. That's how it should work.
But it doesn't change the quality of their music. So if their music was good enough to make it on the said country station, then their opinions of the president shouldn't really, be in play with regards to if you feel their music's good enough to play, what does it matter their political opinion?
Well, Bob, why is R. Kelly canceled, sorta, but not Michael Jackson?
Well, because Michael Jackson was never they never successfully prosecuted that charge. I mean, Michael Jackson was technically he got away with it. I mean, he was found not guilty when they took those charges of touching kids to court. He was found not guilty.
Hitler was never convicted of a crime.
Hitler was never put on trial.
Yeah, he killed himself.
Hitler was never put on trial.
Maybe.
Michael Jackson was put on trial. Now, are we saying do we believe the verdict? No, maybe not necessarily.
I have to respect verdicts, so you know how we believe in that. If you're not guilty, then you're what?
You're innocent.
Innocent.
But don't ask Mark Ober that.
But he did pay a lot on the civil suits.
I heard $38 million on the civil.
So that's a little different. How much did you pay on the civil suits? 0.
Actually, my very first time when Greg Herring represented me in 1994 against Officer, I forget what the guy's name. He was an FHP guy.
When you're on your way over the Skyway.
When I was on my way to the Skyway, then I got on and he pulled me over, and we were dropping off food to the homeless people at the Kentucky Fried Chicken in Bradenton, and they gave me a speeding. I was in the Power Pig van, and they gave me a speeding ticket at the top of the Skyway. They were using aircraft to clock you.
Oh, with the lines in the street, they timed it.
Yeah,
I hate that. I got busted like that once.
Yeah, and so he pulls me over. Well, that next night, so I'm like, listen, I had all this food and prizes and all this stuff, and all this food was being kept warm, like and various chafing things, and I'm like, officer, I'm headed over to the Kentucky Fried Chicken. We're doing a free food giveaway, and Kentucky Fried Chicken's kicking in food. And we got the prize wheel to spend and all this kind of deal. I'm doing a free public appearance on behalf of Kentucky Fried Chicken right across the bridge in Bradenton. He goes, just sit tight. Comes back, gives me a ticket. I was going like 86 and whatever the hell.
Probably 55 back then.
Yeah, 86 and a 55. Gives me a big-ass ticket. So all that night on the show, I was like, man, officer, I think it was Officer Giles. I don't know who it was, but I was like, you're old as hell, and you look stupid, and your big ass nose that you had looked like you might be an alcoholic. In my personal opinion, you're the worst cop ever. You're a scumbag. I was just doing the standard Bubba stuff, right? Well, he thought that he wasn't a public a figure. And he sued me for defamation and slander and libel and all this kind of deal. And the jury awarded him $1.
Really?
Yeah, the jury awarded him one. They thought that I think they found me guilty of a certain portion of slander or libel.
But no damages?
$1.
That's what I mean. No,
yeah. And you know what?
Damages.
Here's the deal, man. If I get awarded damages and it's $1, then shove it up your ass, jury. Like giving me $1. Right? That's an insult.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I got found, guilty of $1. So you should be able to, get on and say about anything, shouldn't you? With regards to, that Dan said, why did Michael Jackson, why didn't his songs get pulled, and why did was it R. Kelly? Because R. Kelly really did do it. R. Kelly has another layer of dickness in the fact that he's incarcerated.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why they're not playing. And do radio stations like the R&Bs? There's some R. Kelly hits that you just can't not play.
Yeah,
I think
I'd Fly.
Yeah, I think R. Kelly's still in play.
Mm-hmm.
You think so?
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear radio stations saying that one radio personality is too shocking or anything like that. You're playing R. Kelly, man. You're condoning a guy that urinated on women, used his cousin as a defense, got away with it, and then human trafficked and groomed and imprisoned 15-year-olds. Right? Mm-hmm. So don't tell me my show's too controversial if you're playing R. Kelly records, bitch.
Yeah, at least Michael Jackson took him on the roller coaster.
At least Michael Jackson, right? Let Peanuts, I'm sorry.
Peanuts?
You'd like to touch you like some peanuts?
Who was their chimp?
What's his name? Bubbles?
Coco.
Bubbles. It was Bubbles.
Bubbles and Peanuts.
I wonder if Bubbles, the chimp, got in on some of that action.
I'm sure he did.
Oh, my God.
Well, Bubbles is circumcised.
I think we probably should go to words. We've really jumped the shark. We're talking about the circumcision of a monkey.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
It's actually a see you next Tuesday to Dan. No Friday, no Monday. Yeah. Woo! You see those videos of RFK fucking getting jacked on the incline bench?
Yeah, over when he's in California.
Yeah.
Doing push-ups. That's when he was running too.
Some people were like, that doesn't even look like that much weight. Like they were, I guess they must be just fucking saying shit just to get a reaction out of people.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's a lightweight, more reps kind of guy to get cut.
Yeah, I'll take that if I can look like that.
What up, Tina? Did you find that Did you see that Mandalay Bay fight? Or that fight from Vegas, Lummy? Where the dude knocked out 2 people?
Was that
in the casino?
Was that this week?
It was on it was on Twitter over the weekend. Dude knocked out two dudes. What up, Storage Shed?
Actually, Actually, I'm on liquid diet today.
The man who died.
Colonoscopy up tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
The worst, yeah. So today's the fucking prep day.
Today's the fucking not eat much anything today.
No, it's all liquid already since midnight last night until 10:45 tomorrow.
Till 10:45 tomorrow?
Yes. That's my PSA to all of you guys that are over 50 listening.
I've had
Get your
2
colonoscopies.
I've had 2.
I know you. It sucks, doesn't it? This will be my 3rd.
3rd?
Yeah.
What up, Kostika? Thanks for checking it out, DDP.
That was a really funny segment.
Shit hit me too, obviously.
Seth, have you seen any of the interviews that they're showing of people in barbershops asking those kind of questions?
No, I just saw
They're getting millions and millions of views because they're saying that the barbershop, and you were on this a year or 2 ago, is really where you get the heartbeat of the male African American community, is at the barbershop, like the old movie Barbershop. I mean, that's the reality of it. They'll tell you exactly what they think and what they feel, unfiltered.
Well, I saw Trump said he wants to get his hair cut at a black barber shop.
Yeah.
We can set that shit up.
I'll send you a link to one of those videos, and
I
think it's such a natural thing for you.
Yeah, let me see what they're doing.
Yeah, because they're just basically talking to the people in the chairs, and it's not for or against either. It's pretty open.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But what you said is exactly right. They don't want to be told. No man wants to be told what to do.
No. They're not into that at all.
But that doesn't mean they're going to vote for Trump. They may just sit on the couch. They may vote. They may,
They really seem. They really both seem unmotivated by anybody who's running for president.
Yeah.
But they said they're more into local stuff. Like they just said that they said the president just doesn't have any effect on them.
There's some real truth to that. What's up, Big Buck? Snizuki, I just don't ever know what to say, because if you say that, then they're going to say that's wrong.
What up, Hawkeye?
It may be a little weird and insane to the membrane to let Dan do my colonoscopy.
You're damn right they are still sleepy. Both good pods.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Clem and Kush up later today. We'll record it right after the show. Our app, the new Bubba Army app, will be available in probably less than 2 weeks.
Yes.
And that's going to be a fully functional app for you to do anything that you would do normally on Bubba Army HQ, including the search engine and the archives, and old shows, and downloading and streaming, and just again, anything that you can currently do on the desktop will be available at your fingertips, including listening to the live show real time or a continual replay. And the thing about it is, when your phone, because of the new iPhone update, a lot of people that watch our show and various things through Safari or whatever, or YouTube or whatever, when your phone stops, can you set it anywhere between 30 seconds and 3 minutes as to how long your phone stays open, until you've messed around with it. Well, and I think in today's current world, that turns the show off and they have to re-up.
Yes, they do.
And that really pisses a lot of people off. That's one of the things that we've taken care of in the new app.
Yes, that's
all drinks. Oh, what the hell is that?
They could also turn that setting off, by the way.
You can what now?
You can turn that setting off.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
So that your phone just stays wide open?
Yes.
Yes, but then it kills your battery and everyone gets pissed off about that.
Yeah, see.
But you can still listen to Bubba and then hit the right button and click it to dark.
It doesn't work
on YouTube. It does.
Are you?
That's what the app. That's why the app is being fixed.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to the new app working correctly.
when Jay's 3 things didn't stick, then he just digresses into until I hope works out for you.
Hey, well, I agree with you.
Here's the Stephen A. Smith stuff we were talking about.
Now, Joe Biden.
I got to be honest with you. I agree with him. I watched the DNC.
He goes whatever the way the wind's going, man.
He may, and you're probably right on that. But as somebody who's just trying to be, I really tried to watch as much as I could of the DNC I want to give an objective opinion as to how they're doing. From how the entire convention. I even listened to the woman from Arizona that got shot and survived an ambush.
Tulsi Gabbard.
No. The woman from the senator from Arizona. Yeah. I even listened to her. Everything from the chicks to Pink's presentation to just the Beyonce rumors, and I watched Kamala accept the resignation. I watched her. First of all, and I found it very irritating how long they went clapping her. I was just like, it went way too long. For anybody, for that matter, even if you are a pro-Democrat, she's like, thank you, good evening, thank you, good evening, thank you, good evening, good evening, thank you. And then I want to hear what your policies are on the various things that you think you need to fix as a country, as a country, both sides of the fence, the Republicans and the Democrats. What do you feel, and what are your policies on everything from abortion to migration to taxation to cutting the taxes, increasing the taxes to all of it, to all of it. I'm going to tell you this right now, that I don't like either VP candidate. I don't think either VP candidate did anything to help their candidate. I think, as a matter of fact, I think Trump messed up tremendously by not picking Tulsi Gabbard or Nikki Haley. And I think
wasn't RFK kind of like his new vice president, like his new buddy,
might be the new guy, might be his new buddy. To obviously try to sway some votes, but
I saw memes about J.D. Vance being jealous of Trump and RFK. That's why I was asking.
Probably is, and I don't think the governor of Minnesota and Harris's pick is I think there's far better picks for her as well. So I'm extremely not happy with both my how I vote has nothing to do with either VP, because I think they're both horrible. Both. And I don't know who they listened to when Kamala could have picked the guy from Pennsylvania. Probably would have been a better pick.
He was Jewish.
Now,
Josh Shapiro would have done great.
That's one of the reasons why you pick him, because he's Jewish. And now that goes a long way with your Jewish contingency.
But what Seth's bringing up is there's a huge anti-Israel wing of the party, huge 10%, 20%. The people that are out there doing the pro-Palestine protests, and so by not picking him, she's trying to ride the fence of pro-Israel and pro-Palestine, when in reality, the best pick probably would have been Josh Shapiro as far as governing.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Guy from Pennsylvania.
But
right?
She couldn't do it because politically it was suicide.
I know, but it's not. It's not suicide. It's really
they determined it was.
That's their flawed in philosophy. You think the governor of Minnesota and all the problems that Minnesota has had is better than the Jewish candidate out of Pennsylvania?
Well, he delivers Pennsylvania. He delivers the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which gets you to the 270.
Yeah, exactly. Not only strategically that way, but he's Jewish, and as anti-Jew you're being, you need to throw some pro-Jew in there. Because you're making a huge mistake.
I was relieved when it wasn't him. I thought he was a much more formidable candidate.
Now,
Stephen A. Smith.
Biden stepped aside as the presumptive Democratic nominee on July 21st. Okay? Now I'm going to look at this right now. I'm looking at my calendar because I just want to make sure. July 21st was a Sunday. We've had 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and 1 day since Joe Biden stepped aside. The only damn place we've seen Kamala Harris is at pep rallies. What's up? Somebody got to say something. And it can't just be the conservatives. Right is right. I'm talking to my sister here. Come on now. You running for the presidency of the United States of America. You got my vote. You running for the presidency of the United States of America. What you hiding for? And I mean hiding in plain sight. Somebody got to say it.
I'll say it. She doesn't answer any questions. She doesn't talk about anything that we need to talk about. And there's a lot of things we need to talk about. We need to know how you feel about A, B, C, and D.
Somebody got to say it. Now, you can't be running for the presidency of the United States. Not one single press conference, not one single one-on-one sit-down interview where somebody gets to question you about the questions that we ask. That's not fair. That's not fair. And if you're a conservative and you out there lambasting her for it, ridiculing her for it, trying to torment her for it or whatever, it is perfectly within your right to do so. All of you anti-conservatives out there, shut the hell up. That's a valid point. It ain't valid to bring up a blackness or an Indian heritage and to try to point to things of that nature. That's nonsense. But to ask her about her record, because she is attached to the Biden record, is definitely apropos, especially when you were bragging about the record. We talked about Biden being a transformative president. Well, stand on it then. Stand on it. Where you at? Now.
All right. So I think makes some very valid points. I mean, you can watch one thing or another from her, and she never really gives you anything.
Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's not much left at the end of the month. Bidenomics is working. The price of housing has gone up. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. And we are very proud of Bidenomics.
So here's what man, that's so well done.
That's a good one, right?
But here's the thing. And again,
that's one of the better attack ads that I think I've seen. I mean, because all they did was just put her up there.
It's her own words, right? It's like, it's just her. So that leads me to this, and that is like you get up there and you'll be like, things have got to change. But when you pay your rent and you pay your bread and you pay electricity, you ain't got nothing left. Well, hasn't that been on your tab? Hasn't for the last 4 years you and your guy have been the ones that have caused all these prices to go up? So now all of a sudden you have a plan to make them go down, when at the end of the day you were part of the leadership that made them go up? I'm just asking for a friend, right? Doesn't it seem so like all of a sudden you're going to pull something out of your ass? What? Instead of children being $3,500 deductions, they're going to make them $6,500 deductions? Well, that only applies to those that have kids under 18.
Can you lie and say that you have more? I was thinking about that with the child tax credit.
Maybe say I got three kids. I got three up in the house.
I mean, yeah. I mean, do they need
Sammy's got a brother and a sister.
Do they need actual birth records? Because what if I'm just churning these kids out at my house?
They actually need Social Security numbers.
Okay, all right. I figured there was probably some details that I need to throw in there.
You could buy some fake Social Security numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy. Yeah, Seth. I mean, instead of going to the card show, you should have gone to the fake Social Security card show and get you 2 or 3 extra kids for $40.
I think they do that in the back.
That's 12 G's on tax deductions.
Yeah.
I saw that Kamala Harris, one of her economic big things that are going to make the average American make more money is that your child deductions on your taxes are going to double. So a child that's worth $3,500 per child now, deduction, they're going to try to make worth $6,500.
Which, what's rich about this? This is the deduction that Trump put in with the Trump tax cuts that she opposed. And now she's going to raise them, just like she's going to say no tips on no taxes on tips.
Yeah,
she's taking his policies.
They're both screaming that.
She's taking his policies without regard to what she said in 2020. And the point that Stephen Smith was making was that the fact that she's not doing an interview, she's not being called out on these literal 180-degree flips. She's been a policy wonk for years. Her policies are ingrained in her being, and they will not tell us what her policies are now.
Jay,
this morning, go ahead.
I was going to say, how come, and I know everybody's saying, like, what are her policies? What does she stand for? Nobody knows. I guess there's nothing up on her website. How come, if everybody knew all along, which I'm assuming they did, that they were going to oust Joe Biden and have her be the candidate, how come they weren't writing policy for her all along and having that ready to go when she was ready to get out there? Like, it feels like that's something you need to try to get people to vote for you. Like, I just don't know why they didn't have people doing this behind the scenes for her.
Because they're doing it on purpose, Seth. I heard this morning on the news that her administration just said they may not even have time to get her policy points out before the election.
Oh,
so we're not even going to know what the policy points and prescriptions
probably
are.
By design.
Right, because it's the Biden in the basement campaign approach.
You can't
it's
criticize
Harris without interview approach.
You can't criticize something you don't know.
Yep, it's hard to get a moving target. And so now you have the news media distancing Harris from what she said in the 2020 campaign when Harris herself hasn't even said it. She said exactly what she believes on all these points, and then the one policy prescription, which you're talking about, the economic one, it was panned widely because she talked about price gouging and price controls, which is a socialist principle. And so her first attempt was horrible. And so they're going to now try to continue to hide her. And you remember how they said she'll give an interview by the end of the month? Well, now they said she'll give a date for an interview by the end of the month. She's not even going to sit for an interview this week.
She's already trying to change the debate.
When's the debate?
Well, it's September 10th, but they're trying to change the rules now.
Yep, she's trying to change the rules. And here's the thing: is early voting.
What is she trying to change them to?
She sits
open mic.
Well, they sit down, open mic, and then she's allowed to bring up notes.
Yeah. Notes.
Yeah.
Notes never happened in American history at a Democratic debate. You're not allowed. Do you remember Alex Sink got in trouble because she looked at her phone during a break? She got blackballed and she was out. She lost the election because she looked at her phone. So notes aren't permitted. Stand on your feet.
No, as a matter
Show
of fact,
that you're
notes not only are permitted, but they're usually like you're penalized.
Right. And one of the people that may be giving the questions is Donna Brazile, the person that gave the answers and the questions to Hillary Clinton against Bernie Sanders. He has a right to be offended about where they're going to do it, but he still says, "I'll do it." But she's not. One last point. Now shut up. The debate is after early voting begins. And so she doesn't want to give an interview or a policy prescription before people can start mail-in voting and hear what her policies really are. And that's a travesty.
Brilliant on her point. I mean, and nobody's holding her to her feet to the fire. I mean, it's brilliant if you can pull it off, and she's pulling it off. Robert F. Kennedy gave his endorsement to Trump. He went through 3 reasons why.
3 great causes drove me to enter the race in the first place.
I just really wish he didn't have this voice condition because he's really a pretty damn good politician, but he's tough to understand. And we as shallow Americans, we want somebody that, doesn't talk like this in the White House. Let's just be honest. This guy probably has some of the best policy, middle of the road, policy, far better than probably the 2 we got. But, he's doomed with this. With this, I've been screaming all day at my kids.
Would you be
voice.
pissed off if you donated to his campaign?
Yeah, kinda.
Primarily, and these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent, and now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, a war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences and struggles with the government's censorship industrial complex. I want to say a word about the Ukraine war.
The government's censor industrial complex. Instead of military industrial complex, the censorship industrial complex. That's really becoming a thing.
He was talking.
Censorship is really becoming a thing. Something that fundamentally our country is built upon is now becoming a thing.
Yeah, and he's talking about it with regard to independent candidates. Ross Perot had, I think, 120 or 130 interviews on network news. They gave him 2. The
military-industrial complex has provided us with a familiar comic book justification like they do on every war.
So there's the 3 reasons why when I return, Trump has some words for Kamala, and I think Tulsi Gabbard laid her endorsement to Donald as well. God, I wish he would have made her his VP.
I agree with that.
God, I do. Back with that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Come back.
Okay. I can stay with you forever. Do you want to do a, or just for tomorrow, human?
Oh,
I submitted one yesterday. So,
okay, did it work?
Yeah.
All right.
So I wasn't sure. Yeah, by Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
I'll try to get one in here.
Anyone in chat see that Trump DeChambeau 50? Man, that thing was awesome. Can you break 50? If you want to see what that guy's capable of doing physically and mentally, just watch him for an hour on the golf course. The conversations he had were so interesting, and he hits the ball perfectly straight every single time.
Who's that?
Red. DeChambeau, the guy that won the U.S. Open last year, he has this thing where you do a scramble with him and you try to get a 50, which requires, I think, 14 birdies and 5 eagles. And he's only done it once, and Trump did it with him. He got a 50. It's unreal. It's on YouTube. It's DeChambeau, Can I Break 50 with President Donald Trump? The guy hits it straight every single time. I've never seen anything like it. What's up, Jeff Schwartz? If you guys haven't seen that before, it's hilarious. What's up, Columbus Defense Law? What up? Big Lunger always. I have not watched that one yet. Group Roulette. Anyone who's tried to play the game of golf, you watch the way that guy hits the ball straight, it's insane. What's up, the fat pig?
Uh-oh.
How you doing?
Really? You have to get shock therapy to find out how bad it is? Yeah. That sounds weird. What's the doctor that sees that? Well, like, what's the name of the, like, what are they? Not like the name of the doctor, like what, you know what I'm saying? Like, podiatrist.
Thank you, Steve.
I just didn't know if it's somebody that specializes in nerves or if it's like
neurology.
Neurology.
I see that with the Stacy G.
I'm going to neurology PA.
Oh my God! What if it's a brain issue?
You gotta do that.
If your brain nerves are connected to your shoulder nerves.
He got a brain tumor?
No, he's got his brain nerves are off. That could explain everything.
It explains it all.
He thought it was shoulder pain, but it was a brain issue. He's saved.
You're the smartest man alive.
Wonderland Pierce clothing? I didn't hear that, Brian. I have to look into that. I seen you and I watch a lot of the same shit. Did you see the Can I Beat 50 with the Trump and DeChambeau thing on YouTube where they play around the golf?
Right.
It's fucking awesome, isn't it? So isn't it incredible how he hits the ball straight every single time? And he got inside of DeChambeau a bunch of times. I mean, they actually played a couple of his balls, a few of his balls.
Great.
I mean, did you get Napa Mike?
Yes, I did. 25.
Napa Mike, 25.
50 on Napa Mike. Sorry, T-shirt Will came in after him too.
T-shirt Will. How many women with him today?
I couldn't believe it. They're not getting a 50.
Exactly.
They're not getting a 50. And none of the dance balls are inside DeChambeau's.
Exactly.
I mean, he actually
Good
played
day,
his
man.
balls a bunch of times. And I like
See you later, Mario.
Actually, he's so interested in the game of golf. You know, he's like,
Forgot Mario's dealing with that trial.
Yeah.
Do you use any riffs?
Thinking of my dad's been watching it. In Reno.
I didn't think he said it was day 7. I'm surprised it's going that long.
Yeah, my dad's been watching it every day.
On TV?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
We often think that living a more healthy lifestyle means making some huge, unsustainable changes. Well, with the Super Beat Heart Chews, you get daily blood pressure support in just 2 tasty chews a day, and they even promote heart-healthy energy without the stimulants or crash. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle in itself. Super Beets is the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. Super Beet Heart Chews are support healthy circulation without all the stimulants. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to prepare or mix. It's all plant-based, and there's no artificial sweeteners or colors. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews. Get a free month supply of Super Beet Heart Chews, and that's on all bundles. Get a free full-size bag of turmeric chews, and that's valued at $25 by your with your order by simply going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Now, we've changed it, so it's directly in my wheelhouse, and they can directly track how many Bubba Army buys these things, which means, Lemmy, when we sell a lot, they continue to advertise. We make money. It's a win-win. Your heart's healthy. And we got a great advertiser. They've been with us for a long time. Again, get this exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Thank you. Let me DJ from Pro Action Suspension, $100 on the PayPal. Thank you very much. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. What were you going to say?
Vegas Bubba Army 50 on the Cash App.
Thank you, Vegas Bubba Army. Also, Mario from Reno is going through that trial right now. We're thinking about him, the trial of the monster that dismembered and killed his teenage daughter. And my dad lives in Reno, Nevada, and I guess there's like gavel-to-gavel coverage locally or some extensive. And my dad's been watching it and sending me screenshots because when I went to go see my dad in Reno, I also met Mario earlier that day. And when I came a little bit late to my dad's house, I'm like, hey, Dad, sorry I'm late, but I met this guy. He's a listener. His name's Mario, and this is the case. My dad was like, oh, because my dad lives in Reno. Oh, my God, I remember that. Remember that when they arrested the guy, and now that scumbag is currently going, his trial is happening.
Oh, good.
And it's just horrible. And Doug Clem is following it gavel to gavel. He sends me screenshots. Says,
oh, jeez.
Hey, your buddies, this guy's a real scumbag. Hope he gets killed in prison. Does Nevada still have the death penalty?
I think they do.
Hey, Alexa, does Nevada have the death penalty as a state?
Nevada state law allows capital punishment.
Perfect. That means they allow
Joe Pesci takes you to the desert and beats the living hell out of you.
Mm-hmm. Dig a hole.
We don't do it through lethal injection or a firing squad or even hanging. We do it with a mobster.
What are those casino guys called? Pit bosses?
Yeah.
Do they kill anybody or
yeah,
no?
Probably.
Maybe.
No.
The voters are going to fire Kamala, and the voters are going to...
Mario, we're thinking about you, my friend. I know this has got to be tough sitting through all this nonsense and hearing,
This trial needs to wrap up. It's pretty cut and dry.
People testifying as to how, the ligatures and all the things that they found. Like, they have to have the coroner in there to describe what they saw. It's just horrible. Be absolutely horrible. Jay, can you imagine somebody doing that to your daughter? How you couldn't just sneak a gun up your butt and maybe kill the guy?
I had a dear friend whose sister was murdered, and I sat through the trial, and it was one of the most brutal things experienced. They got a conviction here in Florida.
But it makes you want to stick a gun up your butt and kill the guy, doesn't it?
Yeah, A Time to Kill. The movie comes to mind, The Time to Kill, with Samuel L. Jackson.
Remember that one time, Lummy? I think there was it's infamous footage where the dad is like talking in a phone booth, and they're bringing the prisoner through, and he hit a gun and he blasted the prisoner's face in.
Yes, he did.
And then the jury found him not guilty. Yep. Because they're like, we can't really blame the guy. We can't put this guy in prison.
Remember the dad with Nasir where he jumped over the podium and went at the guy?
Oh, yeah, the Michigan State gymnast guy?
Yep. That was
Joe,
awesome.
on November 5th, we hope. And when I take office, we'll ask for the resignations of every single official.
I think they got Trump on some Xannies. Or at least a couple K-pins, Seth. They got him really dumb.
He's got to be tired. He's got to be tired if he's I don't think he takes anything.
We'll get the resignations of every single senior official who touched the Afghanistan calamity to be on my desk at noon on Inauguration Day.
Yes! Such a dick, man. To be on my desk at noon.
They know who you are.
As I'm getting sworn in, I want to come back to the White House with your resignation on my desk, or I'm going to go ahead and take you out.
People, you have to fire people when they do a bad job. We never fire anybody. You got to fire them like on The Apprentice. You're fired. You did a lousy job.
The crowd loves it.
It's certainly going to be comical if he does win.
But that's a stark contrast between Biden, who never fired anybody for all the calamities and all the problems that have happened. He has not fired a single person, not even the Secret Service.
It's going to be like The Apprentice. I'm going to fire you. I'm just not going to be afraid.
Terrible, terrible disservice to our country. You get fired when that happens. Nobody got fired. Nobody ever gets fired in this administration. It's amazing. All the bad things that have happened, nobody ever gets fired. The problem is when you fire somebody, they always end up writing a book about you, I've had more books written about me. I fire a lot of people when they don't do a good job. I get a book written about me by all these losers that get fired.
I mean, as much as you're conditioned to hate the guy, you just got to love the way sometimes he swags out. Now, he usually goes too far, but sometimes when it's like that, I love it. I do.
Funny.
I admit it. And then finally, let me let you go. Here's Tulsi Gabbard, which I think this is going to help. The only thing that would be better is if you would have made this woman your VP candidate. I think at that point, man, you had it in the bag because all these women that are on the fence they got the girl power with Kamala. And then they got, but I'm a Republican, but Trump kind of rubs me the wrong way. And then you bring in Tulsi, game over.
I am proud to stand here before you today, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. If you love our country, as I do, if you cherish peace and freedom as we do, I invite you to join me in doing all that we can to save our country and elect President Donald J. Trump and send him back to the White House to do the tough work of saving our country and serving the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Just about a little hug here. Probably should have made you VP, but still getting up here saying the good stuff about me. Appreciate it.
I mean, it's strong to get her an RFK, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The thing is, it's strong.
It's Democrats are turning. You don't see a lot of Republicans turning. And it's just one of those things. It's people who are outspoken against I would say the weirdness of the Democratic Party in the last 4 or 5 years with the transgender stuff and all that stuff. And she's one of the voices that has done it. And so is Elon Musk. and so is Joe Rogan, and these people that are traditionally left-leaning. Well, Tucker, of course, but the people who are traditionally left-leaning that are now supporting Trump, and she's one of them. Like you said, that's a big deal. That's a big deal for Tulsi Gabbard to do that.
So, thank you for
This needs to be a meme. This is this guy from this Vietnamese.
It's awesome.
Vietnamese guy just in the crowd yells with his Vietnamese accent, "Go Trump" or something like that, and it's such a great meme. Listen. Make America great again! Make America great again! It almost sounds like a John Belushi samurai. Remember when you do Saturday Night Live and you'd be the samurai? America great again! Make America great again! Great again!
He loves it, man.
Oh, it's the best.
That guy just got a job.
Yeah. You're my new Vietnamese rep, my friend.
Vietnamese relations.
To make him in charge of Vietnam. You know, he's really good. He's very outspoken. That's all he's got to say.
What if those are the only words he knows in English?
That's okay. It's exactly what I want my ambassador of Vietnam saying. Make great America great again. Lummy, me and Seth and I will be recording Clem and Kush. We'll have it up pretty early today because we're doing it fairly early. And then we'll be back tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Jay, thank you.
Thank you.
BubbaArmyHQ.com, and that app is coming soon as well. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummet.
I'm just straight for the slate markings. Number 2, take 2. Seth Kushner describes what he does here at the BRN, and action.
Seth Money is zesty co-host and president of podcasting.
That's it? That's how you want it?
Do I need more?
Good evening. Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.